Chapter 218. King of Hell Chu? Gao Sheng's eyes widened. No way. First, is Yunhe's luck really that good? At such a dangerous time, he went out and met with a group of aristocratic clan disciples? Plus, it was a group of Three Heavens clan disciples. Diwu Qing Rose smiled faintly. This is equivalent to a special trip to inform you that we are going to Great Province. You must be prepared. A cold light flashed in Diwu Qing Rose's eyes. Heart is somewhat unreasonable, right? Perhaps they said it unintentionally, and Mr. Chang intentionally remembered it. Gao Sheng pondered. The eyebrows on his handsome face slowly wrinkled. Maybe that is the case. But the second point is that they said they were going to rob, but in the end, they did not rob anything. Could it be that they waited in that snowy weather just to have some fun in the wilderness? Diwu Qing Rose smiled. As for the reason that they were looking for king-level masterine, that is even more absurd. How could the aristocratic clan disciples of Three Heavens be so bored? Third, I simply do not believe in such a coincidence. Diwu Qing Rose said casually, just this one is enough. So, among these people, King of Hell Chu must be among them. Diwu Qing Rose snorted and said, and this encounter shows that King of Hell Chu will most likely come to Great Zhao to cause trouble. And if they come to Great Zhao, then they will most likely contact Yunhe. Gao Sheng thought for a long time before slowly nodding. What Prime Minister said is indeed possible. If that's the case, and we can't see through their disguise, then they will come here. Moreover, Yunhe will personally cover for them. This means that the Golden Horse Riders Department is protecting them. Great Zhao is undoubtedly the safest place for them. Han Buchu thought of this and sucked in a cold breath. But now that Prime Minister has calculated it, we just need to open the net and wait for the fish to come. Gao Sheng sneered. If King of Hell Chu really comes, then he is walking right into the net. Capturing him will be as easy as blowing off dust. Not necessarily. Diwu Qing Ro pondered and said, King of Hell Chu would not use such a childish trick. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. He stood up and paced back and forth. He then muttered to himself, one is the Luo clan, one is the Ji clan, and one is the Gu clan. Three big clans of the Three Heavens. Humph humph. King of Hell Chu has spread this rumor. From this, we can infer that he has a close relationship with the young lords of several clans. King of Hell Chu doesn't have the strength right now. If he wants to deal with us, he will need to borrow some strength. Speaking of borrowing strength, these people should help him since their friendship isn't shallow. However, the people of the lower Three Heavens aren't allowed to intervene in the matters of the lower Three Heavens. So, these people can't help him openly. But, if we take the initiative to provoke them, then it's a different story. If King of Hell Chu cooperates with them to add fuel to the fire and sow dissension once again, then it would be the same as Golden Horse Riders Department just having a fight with the Hayamo clan, and then turning around to face the three big clans. Is this King of Hell Chu's plan to borrow our strength again? Diwu Qing Ro gently rubbed his forehead with his hand and muttered, is this another big trap by King of Hell Chu? As he thought about it, his eyes gradually revealed a sharp color, and he said, if we face the three big clans at the same time, our Golden Horse Riders Department will be in real danger. Han Buchu, Cheng Yunhe, Gao Sheng, Jingming Hun, and In Wu Tian quietly listened to Diwu Qing Ro's analysis. He talked about the dangerous situation of the Golden Horse Riders Department being destroyed at every turn. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. If this was really King of Hell Chu's plan, then it could be said that it was all linked to each other. It was extremely dangerous. If they really thought that they had found a loophole in King of Hell Chu's plan and excitedly surrounded him, then it was almost foreseeable that the three big clans would immediately become enemies. Since we know, then it's not scary anymore. Han Buchu pondered and said, we can start contacting the higher-ups of the three big clans and let them know about this matter. We can't borrow their strength, but they may not be willing to be used by King of Hell Chu. That's right. Diwu Qing Ro said, let Gao Sheng handle this matter. How about it? Rest assured, Xiang Mao, there will be no loopholes in this matter. Gao Sheng said confidently. Knowing the other party's intentions, if we can't destroy it, then we are really stupid. Gao Sheng, you have to grasp the timing. Diwu Qing Ro said casually. If King of Hell Chu wants to come, let him come first. Before that, keep in touch with these clans and know where they are. Wait until King of Hell Chu arrives, then inform them of this matter. Gao Sheng's spirit was roused as he said, yes. Ah, this is the first matter. Diwu Qingro sighed and said with some loneliness, Iron Cloud Nation's ruler, Taisher Chung, fought with me for many years. He could be said to be a hero of his generation. I've always wanted to keep him alive to make use of him. I didn't expect that he would die in such weather. The plan I've been preparing for so many years has become useless. There's something fishy about this. Diwu Qingro said casually. Taisher Chung was living well. Why did he die at this time? And Du Shiqing also disappeared at this time. If this matter has nothing to do with King of Hell Chu, I don't believe it. Order all the spies in Iron Cloud Nation to immediately spread rumors that King of Hell Chu killed Taisher Chung. Taisher Chung killed Taisher Chung. Regarding this matter, Bu Chu, you write a story and spread it out. If Taibu Tian is suspicious, that would be the best. Even if Taibu Tian doesn't believe it, someone will? Yes, Prime Minister. One more thing. Taisher Chung died and Taibu Tian ascended the throne. Everyone knows that a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, but there is still something to be done. Another rumor is that Taibu Tian did not hesitate to kill his own father for the throne, and before his father's body was even cold, he hurriedly ascended the throne. His nature is cold, heartless, and unfilial. He deserves to be punished by the whole world. For this matter, Bu Chu, you will be in charge of fabricating it.
Yes.
Third, when Taisher Chung died, my army attacked. At that time, Tai Long Chung was at the border and could not leave. Haha, we all know that he could not leave, but Tai Long Chung did not go back to attend the funeral. This is the truth. Diwu Qingro said, thus, there are rumors. One is that Tai Long Chung gathered his own troops and did not accept the new emperor. He wanted to rebel. The second is that Tai Long Chung thought that his brother's death was not clear, so he did not dare to go back. But when Tai Long Chung went back, he would ask Taibu Tian for an explanation. Iron Cloud's internal strife is imminent. Bu Chu, these matters are for you to handle. Yes. Also, even though Du Shiqing is missing, we can make a story out of it. Say that Taibu Tian killed Du Shiqing in order to seize the throne and to let his father return to heaven. This rumor must be clever and naturally spread to those who have dealings with Du Shiqing, such as aristocratic families or sects. Du Shiqing's son can help with this.
Yes.
Han Buchu's expression became more and more admiring. Diwu Qingro's plans, even though they were only rumors, were extremely vicious. As long as they were properly controlled, the effect would be great. The most terrifying thing in the world was the mouths of the common people. As long as the common people believed it to be true, then, through word of mouth, even a false rumor would become true. For the sake of stabilizing the throne, Taibu Tian let King of Hell Chu massacre meritorious officials and old officials who were loyal to Taisher Chung. Even Iron Cloud Saint, Tang Xian Sheng, became a spy. This is the biggest joke in the world. Do you understand? Understood. Hurry up and do it. Diwu Qingro smiled warmly and murmured, even though King of Hell Chu ruined one of my great plans. But how can I let you do as you please? Gaosheng said, Prime Minister, if this is the case at the border, should we allow the soldiers to relax a bit? After all, the weather is very cold right now. Many soldiers are suffering from frostbite. Some even froze to death. Diwu Qingro's eyebrows twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, use all of your financial resources to send cotton clothes to the border. However, the military oppression must continue. We are suffering, but Iron Cloud is suffering even more than we are. Moreover, with such rumors spreading everywhere, we cannot let Tai Long Chung go back. Yes, Golden Horse Riders Department should be properly reorganized during this time. King Level Master In should rest well. Diwu Qingro said warmly, in this cold weather, Golden Horse Riders Department should not move out for the time being. Take care of King Level Master Kong's funeral. When the time comes, I will personally go and send King Level Master Kong off. Yes. Jing Minghun and In Wu Tian agreed at the same time. When Kong Shang Xian was mentioned, Their noses turned sour. They choked and said, "Thank you, Prime Minister. As for the sects, let King of Hellchu suffer. Carry out part of Beyond the Heavens sect's plan in this cold weather. Let the big sects attack Beyond the Heavens sect. We cannot destroy it, but we must kill some of its people. Try to kill as many as possible." Diwu Qingro said casually, "I heard that King of Hellchu's master is called Meng Chaoran. If his master dies, I wonder if King of Hellchu will be sad? Even if King Chu Ran is inhumane, I am afraid he will shed a few tears," Gao Sheng said with a smile. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hidden chill. Yes, Diwu Qingro's series of methods were a combination of sinister and vicious. If it was me who was against Diwu Qingro, I can imagine how badly I would be in trouble right now. Now, all of this is being done by King of Hellchu and Taibu Tian. These two people must not be feeling too good. Chapter 219. Diwu Qingro reached out his hand and took it. He said regretfully, "With these two things, we can save the lives of two experts at a critical moment. Yun Kurenhe, you don't have to worry about it." Then, he shook the jade box and said, "This jade spirit ginseng is..." Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise, and his eyes froze. He looked at Qing Yun Quanha and frowned. "Yun Quanha, this? No one has touched it, right?" Chung Yun Kuan, he immediately panicked and said with a pale face, "Prime Minister, is there a problem? Jade spirit ginseng is a spiritual object. Even through the jade box, one can feel its spiritual energy. Why did I not feel it this time?" Diwu Qingro asked in confusion. As he said this, Jing Minghun and the others also felt that something was wrong. Absolutely no one touched it. "This thing has always been with me." Chung Yun Kuan, he said without hesitation. Diwu Qingro weighed the jade box in his hand. He slightly lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he looked up and smiled. "It's okay. Since the thing is back, it's good. Yun Kuan-he, you must be tired. Go and rest early." As he said this, he put the jade box into his bosom without even looking at it. Then, he said with a smile, "I'll keep this thing close to me." Then he smiled and said, "Everyone can go back. Bu Chu, you have to be busy for the next few days. Gao Shang, you have to keep a low profile during this period of time. Don't be targeted by the arbitrators. The two king-level leaders should also rest early. If you need any medicine for king-level leader Yin's injury, feel free to come and get it for me." Everyone bowed in unison and left the room. When only Diwu Qingro was left in the study room, he slowly stood up. He frowned and slowly paced back and forth. He muttered, "This matter should not have happened." He took out the jade box from his pocket. He gently opened it. Sure enough, there was no jade spirit ginseng inside. It was completely empty. Diwu Qingro looked at the empty jade box and thought for a long time. His eyes flashed. Iron Cloud Citadel, Heaven Mending Pavilion, in this cold place, was once again bustling with activity. But this time, the people of Butian Pavilion did not complain. Instead, they were happy and proud. King of Hellchu. After all, he was King of Hellchu. He did not fall. King of Hellchu didn't fall. Then Heaven Mending Pavilion would still be Heaven Mending Pavilion. Those people who had spread rumors about King of Hellchu not being able to make it, humph, are now being dealt with by us. King of Hellchu is not only capable, but very capable. Emptying half of the imperial court, such boldness, such a bold move. Who would dare? However, King of Hellchu didn't even frown and directly attacked. Compared to the bustling Heaven Mending Pavilion, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was noisy. After they returned, they had different opinions about Lien Fanlei. GMO believed that such a person should be ruthlessly beaten up. Beat him up so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Luo Kadi thought that he should go straight to the Hua family. Gu Duxing snorted at their thoughts. Big Boss Chu thought that using power to suppress people was the best way for these people. The matter had already passed for a long time, but the people from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were still quarreling endlessly. In the end, no one knew what happened. GMO and Luo Kadi quarreled. Originally, their opinions were similar, but Luo Kadi betrayed them and stood on Chu Yang's side. He turned his head and wantonly attacked his former allies. He said that GMO was short-sighted, immature, and had a bad temper. He didn't have any self-restraint and wasn't calm at all. GMO was furious. He immediately assumed the posture of the third elder brother. Pao Zun was also furious. The two of them started to quarrel and started to wrestle with each other. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds were unceasingly heard. Chu Yang didn't have time to mediate the fight. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Minister Chu murmured, "This young man's anger is too big. He needs to vent." He turned around and walked out. Gu Yuxing followed. I left Su Butong to guard the two and continuously sneak attack them. And his sneak attack made the two fight even more fiercely. What's the next step? Gu Duxing asked. There is a plan, but I am thinking about how to proceed. Chu Yang pondered. It should be to go to Great Zhao. But the time is not ripe yet. Use the foreshadowing you left that day in the snow? Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. What time is not ripe yet? Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. The time was not the time. Chu Yang had been looking forward to the return of the second fragment of Calamity Sword. Until now, there had been no news. He was now at the peak of 7th grade martial master and was about to become a martial great master. Duxing, let's exchange pointers, Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up and said, okay. During this time, he had been cultivating with all his might according to the revered Berserker sword technique. Now, he was already a sword great master. Just one more step. He could enter the revered sword master realm. Gu Duxing was also looking forward to the day of his breakthrough. He still clearly remembered Chu Yang's words. The revered Berserker sword technique can only help you enter the revered sword master realm as soon as possible. But after that, the revered Berserker sword technique cannot be used anymore. If you use it again, it will cause your mind to be confused by the sword technique and enter madness. But, at that time, we have other ways to let you advance quickly. Other ways to advance quickly. Right now, Gu Duxing was more eager than anyone. In daily cultivation, he was also the most hardworking among them. Sometimes, the degree of his effort was so high that even Chu Yang was behind him. Because Gu Miaoling, Sister Xiao Miao, was still suffering and waiting for me to save her, Gu Duxing's heart felt like it was being fried. Please, please. Both of them held an ordinary steel sword in their hands. Previously, when they exchanged pointers, they used their fists and legs. But this time, Chu Yang proposed to use a sword. Although Gu Duxing was surprised, he did not think much of it. While muttering, GMO, Luoku, Disu and Butong walked out with bruises all over their faces. When they saw Gu Duxing and Chu Yang about to exchange pointers, they immediately became interested. In an instant, the three of them who were fighting like pigs, each took a small stool and squeezed together. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and looked forward to the fight. I'm coming. Chu Yang drew his sword and took the lead. His two legs crossed and suddenly rushed forward like a whirlwind. With just one move, Chu Yang's body had already become a faint shadow. Fleeting snow cloud steps. Damn, boss has improved so fast. GMO exclaimed. The current Chu Yang, compared to the day before when he exchanged pointers with him, how could he just improve by a level? Gu Duxing's face was cold and hard. He held his sword horizontally. His two legs did not move, but they automatically slid forward. With a clang, the two swords crossed. Be careful. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Gu Duxing's martial power was much higher than his. The one who should be saying be careful should be Gu Duxing, but Chu Yang actually said it first. I know. Gu Duxing had just said these two words when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His sword seemed to have suddenly sunk into water. Along with his whole body, he also felt an abundant buoyancy. There was also a kind of blockage unique to water. He could not use any strength. It seemed that if he used any more strength, his wrist would be broken. Gu Duxing was shocked. He immediately retreated. He was puzzled. Although he controlled his martial power and tried to suppress it to a level similar to Chu Yang's. But he should not feel this way. As he retreated, the feeling became even more obvious. It was as if a raging tide had suddenly appeared in front of him, bringing with it a violent impact, an irresistible thrust, and a strong buoyancy and stickiness. It was coming at him from every direction, and Chu Yang's sword only made a slash in the air. Gu Duxing's face flushed red. He shouted and increased his martial power by 20% to block this wave of attack. Chu Yang's long sword drew a circle and retracted. The dense sword energy suddenly turned into a tranquil lake between the two of them. The soft power of water? Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang's sword thoughtfully. Yes, it is the soft power of water. But it has not reached great success, Chu Yang said indifferently. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. He had just used the power of a third-grade sword great master. He was still forced to be unable to attack by a 7th-grade martial master. It was like this, and it still had not reached great success? Gu Duxing gently closed his eyes. He immediately felt that in front of him, there was a calm but repelling force like a lake, and Chu Yang was clearly on the other side. It really has not reached great success. Your soft power of water is too rigid. Gu Duxing roared and slashed with his sword. This is the Gu clan's wave-splitting slash. It is a sword technique that has been practiced in water. It has reached great success. With one slash, it can split the oncoming wave in half. And his clothes are not wet at all. Luo Kudi's eyebrows jumped. Using the wave-splitting slash to deal with boss soft power of water is just like one thing conquering another. Not necessarily. GMO snorted. Watch, don't talk nonsense. You are as knowledgeable as a clown. Luo Kudi was furious. He was about to go up and punch. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "How can this be?" He saw Chu Yang retreat continuously, but his sword continued to stab. Every stab brought about a different wave of energy, attacking Gu Duxing. After 17 consecutive stabs, Chu Yang suddenly stopped retreating and went up to meet it. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a soft willow branch at this moment. It danced and went up to meet it. Gu Duxing's sword momentum, which could unleash monstrous waves, was actually useless in the face of this extremely gentle attack. He was easily enveloped by the gentle power. Gu Duxing was shocked. Chu Yang's soft power of water, under his wave-splitting slash, actually achieved a new breakthrough. He had truly mastered the characteristics of water. During this period of time, Chu Yang had been tortured thousands of times. Finally, today, he achieved the most perfect result. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. He was about to raise his sword to attack when he suddenly had a thought. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of exclamation. You have finally understood the power of water. The power of nature is beginning to show signs. From today onwards, you can use the space of calamity. Space of calamity? Chu Yang was shocked. Yes. The sword spirit sighed and said, You are the first to open the space of calamity in half a year. Chu Yang only felt a shock in his heart. In his dantian, an inexplicable and mysterious feeling suddenly rose. When he closed his eyes, he saw a mysterious space. It opened up to him. At this moment, the sword tip of the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly shook violently. Under his feet, there was also an urgent calling. Chapter 220. Gu Duxing's sword actually felt Chu Yang's force field relax in this sticky feeling. He followed the flow of energy and attacked. The tip of the sword stopped in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang's hair fluttered violently for a while. Gu Duxing was a little depressed. Who would suddenly meditate in the middle of an intense battle? If it wasn't for my control, wouldn't this sword be in trouble? But Chu Yang suddenly meditating was a fact. Gu Duxing had no choice but to change his role at once from a fighter to a protector. On a distant treetop, a man in green was so angry that his veins were almost popping out. Bastard! How could he suddenly meditate in the middle of a battle with the sword master? He's taking his life as a joke. The man in green was almost about to go down and kick this unruly guy's butt. How generous! Even though he was already far beyond their level in that situation just now, if Gu Duxing didn't stop in time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to save him. Thinking of this, the man in green was sweating all over. Before your identity is clear, you can't die. Chu Yang only felt that his mind was spinning. Suddenly, his entire spiritual power was sucked away. He suddenly felt a strange feeling of heaviness in his head. He closed his eyes and found that he seemed to be standing in a strange space. In this short period of time, the mental energy he had used up had already overdrawn him. Since his rebirth, he had never felt so weak. Chu Yang forced himself to shake his head. He opened his eyes and returned to reality. He said weakly, "I need to rest. Du Xing, help me in." Gu Du Xing was shocked. From the beginning of the battle to Chu Yang suddenly meditating, it was only a short period of time. But at this moment, even Gu Du Xing could feel Chu Yang's weakness. It was as if all of his energy had been sucked out of him all of a sudden. Gu Du Xing couldn't help but guess. What was Chu Yang's realization at this moment? To be able to use up so much mental energy in such a short period of time? Hearing Chu Yang's words, Gu Du Xing did not dare to be negligent. He immediately carried Chu Yang on his back and rushed into Chu Yang's room at top speed. He placed Chu Yang on the bed, then immediately poured a cup of water and brought it over. After thinking for a while, he took out a few healing pills from the clan and crushed them, melting them in the water. Chu Yang gulped down the water in 2 mouthfuls. He felt refreshed. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'm going to meditate for a while. Don't let anyone come in." After he said the last word, he immediately sank into deep meditation. Gu Duxing had wanted to persuade him, but seeing the situation, he had no choice but to leave quietly. "How is boss?" GMO and the others immediately surrounded him, their faces full of concern. Big brother may have a great realization. Gu Du Xing's eyes showed that he was deep in thought as he said, "No one is allowed to go in and disturb him." As he spoke, he frowned and muttered to himself, "What kind of comprehension could be so powerful? Could it be the way of martial arts?" GMO and the others looked at each other in amazement. The way of martial arts? Could it be the highest level of martial arts, second only to the way of heaven? Could it be that Chu Yang had comprehended this level because of the battle with Gu Duxing? The eyes of the three lit up like searchlights at the same time. GMO was the first to jump up excitedly. "Second brother, I want to fight with you." "Fifth brother, the two of you help protect big brother." Luo Ku Di and Miaobu Tong rolled their eyes. "What's second brother?" Gu Duxing was completely displeased. "You should call him second brother." "You are second brother," GMO said proudly, as if he had taken advantage of the situation. The pleasure of taking advantage of the sharpness of the tongue. Gu Duxing was furious and said coldly, "If you call me that again, I'll beat you until you become second brother, the soft kind." GMO couldn't ask for more. He laughed and teased a woo. Dog ant. Dog ant. "Second brother, if you have the guts, come." Gu Duxing roared angrily and rushed to the ground. The two of them rolled and rolled into a ball. Thus, this young master GMO, who also wanted to comprehend something, started to scream miserably. Chu Yang regulated his breathing for a while before he felt that his spiritual energy had recovered a little. Thinking about that feeling just now, he actually had some lingering fear. That feeling was as if his entire body was weightless and rolling in the boundless universe. It was a terrifying feeling that he couldn't control himself at all. After calming himself down, he calmed his mind and immersed himself in that wonderful state again. As expected, when he opened his mind, a weightless feeling immediately attacked him. But this time, Chu Yang was prepared. When this feeling came, he closed his eyes and relaxed his consciousness. The next moment, he felt as if his feet were on solid ground. Then, he opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a huge space. Or rather, it should be said that it was an empty hall. Those things that he had asked the sword spirit to collect were all piled up in a corner of the hall. This hall was more than 100 feet tall and had a radius of nearly 100 feet. It was surrounded by a hazy pink fog, and the top was also covered by pink fog. It was so hazy that one couldn't see far. In front of him, there was something that looked like a large stone tablet. It was emitting purple light, and there seemed to be words engraved on it. When he stepped forward to take a look, Chu Yang could not help but be completely petrified. His mouth opened wide as he muttered to himself. Amethyst, the large stone monolith in front of him, was the purple crystal, the priceless treasure of the Chongtian continent. Moreover, looking at its luster, it was not inferior to his own purple crystal jade pendant. An ordinary purple crystal the size of a fist was enough to allow a martial honor to advance by 1 rank. And the piece in front of him looked like it weighed more than 10,000 pounds. And the characteristic of the purple crystal was that after absorbing the energy inside, it would turn into a pure purple crystal jade. And these amethyst jades were the symbol of nobility. Chu only knew that it was impossible for such purple crystals to appear in the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. Even in the upper 3 heavens, it was a treasure that all the major forces would fight over. If the piece in front of him was taken out, it would not be strange at all that it would cause a world war in the upper 3 heavens. Shaking his head, he bit his tongue hard. A piercing pain attacked him, and Chu Yang realized that he was not dreaming. He opened his eyes wide and stepped forward to take a look. On the huge purple crystal, there were a few lines of words that were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. They were about to break through the surface of the monolith and fly out. Chu Yang looked, and his eyes seemed to be attracted by these few lines of words. Tribulation Chong Tian. It's lonely at the top. The palm turns the cycle of reincarnation. The palm holds the world. A glance of wind and thunder. A rage of the cold sea. One hand breaks the firmament. One sword dances the sky. Good spirit, Chu Yang murmured. After the initial discomfort, he had gradually adapted to this place. He faintly understood that this should be the space of the tribulation sword in his mind, and what he was here now was not his physical body. It should also be a divine fate. At this moment, the dense fog stirred, and a blurry figure appeared. It slowly became clear, and formed into a tall and slender figure. It walked out of the thick fog at the edge. After more than 10,000 years, I'm finally here again. This person looked at the surrounding scenery and said with a sigh. His voice was filled with sorrow. You are the sword spirit? When this figure opened his mouth, Chu Yang recognized him from his unique accent. I am the sword spirit? This figure was at a loss, and he actually asked a question in return. He stretched out a hand and touched the purple crystal monolith. His face was full of disappointment, and he said, Sword Spirit. Such a noble name. How can I bear it? You are not the Sword Spirit? When two become one, it is the Sword Spirit. This illusory figure's eyes suddenly emitted a divine light of desire. I am alone, only the Sword Spirit. Only when a sword has a soul, it has a spirit. Only when a sword has a spirit, it has a spirit. Oh! Chu Yang nodded as if he understood. He vaguely remembered that this conversation seemed to have been answered before. But in this space, he couldn't help but ask again. How do I use this space? Chu Yang asked. It is in your mind. You can use it however you want. The figure said lightly. The tribulation space can accommodate all things. You can do whatever you want. But before you get the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword, the tribulation space cannot accommodate living things. I see. Chu Yang nodded silently. Now, you can go and get the 2nd fragment of the tribulation sword. The figure stood quietly inside. There is someone outside watching you. His martial power is not bad. It is the little guy who gave you the purple crystal that day. He didn't have any evil intentions. I won't help you. I haven't been here for more than 10,000 years. I want to stay here quietly for a while. Chu Yang's heart shook and he said, Okay. With a thought, he had already retreated from that strange space. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, and there was a sticky smell of blood. He touched it with his hand, and his hand was full of blood. After a while, he understood. When he bit his tongue, he only felt pain inside. It turned out that he had bitten his tongue open. The sword spirit's words caused a great disturbance in Chu Yang's heart. The person who gave you the purple crystal, he didn't have any evil intentions towards you. If he doesn't have any ill intentions, then that's it. Is he really related to my background? This thought arose in Chu Yang's heart. His heart suddenly felt very frightened. He had been abandoned for more than 10 years. If he counted his previous life, he had been abandoned for more than 10 years. The mystery of his background had always been a knot in Chu Yang's heart. But now that there was a glimmer of hope, even Chu Yang's tenacious heart became worried. For a moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. It was a subtle feeling similar to homesickness. He longed to know the truth. He longed to die, but he was also afraid of knowing the truth. He was also scared to death. Before he knew the truth, there was still hope in his heart. But if the truth was indeed the cruelest kind, then there would be no room for him to turn around. Chu Yang was stunned for a long time. Then, he sighed softly and pressed a button in the room. A secret passage appeared. Chu Yang stepped in, and the entrance of the secret passage slowly closed. Chapter 221. Just as Chu Yang's figure disappeared, the space in the room seemed to distort. Then, the figure of the man in green mysteriously appeared in the room. Secret room. The man in green's eyes flashed with pride. He touched his chin and murmured, "Looks like this guy's things are in the secret room. Next time when they go out, I'll go in and take a look. If I can find the jade essence, I'll be rich. Just the reward from the old man is enough for me to bear the consequences. But the most important thing now is to find a place to drink wine and celebrate." How sinister. Such a small thing actually hid things in such a secretive manner. But he still can't hide from me. He smiled proudly for a while and suddenly disappeared. Obviously, the man in green who thought he found a big clue couldn't wait to celebrate. As for breaking in now, that wouldn't do. If he triggered the mechanism inside and alerted him, wouldn't he be disappointed again? This little guy's alertness is not ordinary. It's best to wait until he's gone. Chu Yang had already walked into the secret passage. It looked like he was walking very fast, but his hands were behind his back, quietly laying down spider webs one after another behind him. They were so dense that there were hundreds of them crisscrossing behind him. Each one was as thick as a spider's web. In the darkness, it was impossible to distinguish them. But as long as they were touched, Chu Yang would be able to detect them immediately. This was the great technique of the Calamity Sword to avoid tracking. Now that the sword's spirit was resting, he relied on this to guard against the man in green. Even if he didn't have any evil intentions, the less people knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword, the better. This was the root of the disaster. But Chu Yang's action was superfluous. The man in green didn't follow me in. Entering the lowest level of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Chu Yang was already 100 feet underground. He could already feel a slight chill. This had nothing to do with the weather. It was the deep cold underground. It took a lot of effort to build this place. It was surrounded by lake water on all sides. He had to ensure that the water couldn't seep in, and the second fragment of the Calamity Sword was here. Chu Yang calmed himself down and operated the God Tribulation Overlapping Heaven Divine technique with all his might. The sword tip of the Tribulation sword in his dantian let out a joyful cry and automatically rushed out of his dantian and into his right finger. On his finger, a faint cold light flashed, emitting a cold light that was at least 10 feet long. The next moment, Chu Yang lowered his hand, and the cold light of the Tribulation sword slashed down almost impatiently. After several swords, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary on the ground, but it had already been divided into several large pieces. Beneath the ground, a joyous mood could be felt. It was as if a child who had been away from home for a long time suddenly saw his mother. Chu Yang's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He put away the sword point and concentrated his martial power into both of his hands. Then, he inserted them into the ground and suddenly lifted them up. A large piece of rock that was close to a kilogram in weight was lifted up by him. Then came the next one. After a series of blocks, the previous stone chamber was almost filled up, but a huge hole appeared on the ground. There was no waste at all. After these stones were moved away, a small strange spring water appeared on the ground. The water was milky white, and it gurgled out. The strange thing about this spring water was that although it was gurgling out, it didn't overflow at all. After it came out, it kept spinning in place, but it didn't even soak the fist-sized spring water. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This scene was the same as in his previous life. Moreover, this spring water had an inexplicable effect of strengthening one's body. Back then, when he drank until he was full, he only felt that he was full of vitality. Moreover, it was very difficult for him to feel tired mentally. From then on, even if his body was injured, it wouldn't leave any scars, and he could recover in a few days. Chu Yang guessed that it should be related to this spring water. It was a pity that he only drank that one time. When he took out the second part, the spring water suddenly disappeared. This matter made Chu Yang feel extremely regretful. Moreover, in his previous life, the tribulation sword was just a weapon in his hand. It wasn't like in this life, where it became invisible. Chu Yang looked at this spring water, and his heart was in a mess. This was a good thing. It would be a pity if he couldn't keep it quickly. He had no choice but to call out the sword spirit again. Is there any way to preserve this spring water? The sword spirit snorted disdainfully and said, "It's just some vitality spring water. How can this be considered a good thing? It's just nourishing the sword edge. It's far inferior to the seventh part of the crystal spirit spring. Are you interested in this? Although this thing isn't good, but isn't it useful now?" When Chu Yang said, although it's not good, he was quite conflicted and unwilling. In his view, this was a top-grade good thing. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, "You're just a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." The corner of his mouth twitched and he said, "Just move this spring water into the tribulation space. Do you still need me to teach you?" How do I move it?" Chu Yang sweated profusely. "Put the sword tip above the spring water, and use your mind to communicate with the space, and then take it." Sigh. To think that back then, I accompanied Calamity Sword and dominated the world. But now, the sword spirit felt that it was an insult to be with such a retard. He couldn't help but sigh, as if he was casting pearls before swine. Minister Chu swallowed his anger and agreed. He took out the sword tip again, and his mind sank into the tribulation space. He shouted, "Take it." "Do you have to shout?" The sword spirit was exasperated at Chu Yang's failure to live up to his expectations. He chattered disdainfully, "I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You're home. There's nothing for you to do. Go back and continue to think about old times." Chu Yang saw that the spring had successfully disappeared in front of him. Then, a spring water appeared in the tribulation space in his mind. It was bubbling with gurgling sounds. Minister Chu was overjoyed, but anger rose in his heart. Then, he swiftly pulled out the bridge after crossing it. "You!" The sword spirit pointed angrily at Chu Yang. After a long while, he disappeared resentfully. This time, Minister Chu was very angry. "Little guy, you want to fight with me? Although you're a little old, you're still too young." Minister Chu was very happy. He couldn't help but feel a little smug. The spirit spring is in my hands, and the second part is in the spirit spring. This is called great. His mind sank into the tribulation space. He approached the spring water and laughed foolishly for a while. Then, he carefully inserted the sword tip of the tribulation sword into it. Faintly, there was a tinkling sound. Chu Yang's heart suddenly rose. It was the feeling of a couple who were passionately in love, suddenly reuniting in the ruins of war. Cough, cough. It seems that the sword tip and the second part of the tribulation sword are embracing each other happily. Chu Yang's heart shuddered. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He couldn't help but reach out and scratch. Then, a cool feeling came from his arm. It seemed that something had entered his dantian along his meridians. Chu Yang's consciousness returned to reality in an instant. His mind sank into his dantian. Looking inside, he saw a shining sword tip approaching the sword tip. In the next moment, the back of the sword tip emitted a pink light. The front of the sword tip emitted a milky white light. They suddenly mixed together. Chu Yang only felt a loud bang in his mind. His entire soul seemed to have completely collapsed at this moment, scattering into the boundless night sky. A mysterious feeling rose in his heart. He was deep underground, but he could clearly feel his thoughts rising up. In front of his eyes, a sharp sword tip emitted a light that swallowed heaven and earth, rushing straight into the sky. In the next moment, the sword tip emitted a blazing light, covering the light of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. In the Chongtian continent, whether it was the lower three heavens, the upper three heavens, or the lower three heavens at the same time, suddenly fell into a vast expanse of white. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something that Meng Chaoran had said when he was evaluating the sword. The sword tip, next to the sword tip, is the front half of the sword body. The sharp edge is the sword tip. This part has the greatest power and the strongest killing power. Double-sided blade, double-sided groove, double-sided kill. It's suitable for slashing, waving, slashing, sweeping. Chu Yang seemed to have understood something. It seemed that this sword tip was a killing weapon. At this moment, the sword tip and sword tip in his dantian had perfectly merged. They couldn't be distinguished from each other. A bright light was emitted from the sword tip in his dantian, shooting into Chu Yang's sea of consciousness. A section of sword technique suddenly appeared just like that. A sword tip that has been famous since ancient times, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. The sun and moon are the generals of thunder, splitting mountains and breaking peaks freely. The sword tip flashed. Chu Yang could clearly see that on one side of the sword ridge, there was a small sun symbol, and on the other side, there was a crescent moon symbol. The sun and moon are the generals of thunder. What does it mean? Chu Yang frowned and pondered carefully. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit shouted coldly, "Watch!" Suddenly, his figure rose up, and an illusory long sword appeared in his hand. In Chu Yang's space of consciousness, the sword momentum slowly unfolded. The sword momentum of the sword tip was different from that of the sword tip. The sword momentum of the sword tip was filled with a threatening, murderous aura even before it was released. It was a kind of arrogance and momentum that ignored everything, including heaven and earth. No matter what was in front of the sword tip, it would be cut down one by one. The second section is the sword tip. The sword tip is the most powerful, but it is also the easiest to make people suspicious. So, before your wings are fully grown, use it with caution. The sword spirit reminded him with a cold face. Chu Yang didn't have the time to listen to what the sword spirit was saying. He was completely immersed in this mysterious sword momentum, and his own cultivation, unknowingly, soared by leaps and bounds. If Chu Yang was paying attention now, he would realize that the sword tip in his dantian was constantly emitting a gentle power, slowly transforming his meridians and increasing his cultivation. 7th grade martial master. Breakthrough, early 8th grade. 8th grade, peak 8th grade, continued with an unstoppable breakthrough. Grade, peak of grade. The sword tip was still shining, still persistently pushing forward. It was like a cold-faced and emotionless swordsman, killing the enemy in front of him without any expression. Under the power of the sword tip, each and every one of the cultivation barriers were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, disintegrating in an instant. Sword Great Master. Chapter 222. The power of the sword edge was still coming out firmly. It was full of a domineering aura. It seemed that if no one stopped it, it would directly push Chu Yang to become a supreme martial artist. Enough. The sword spirit finally stopped it. Even if the sword spirit was worried that Chu Yang's realm was unstable, in the face of the sword edge's tyrannical aura, he could only let it vent for a while. He didn't dare to stop it forcefully. The domineering edge of the sword had always been a character that could do whatever he wanted in the land of the Calamity Sword. The sword edge didn't move and continued to push forward indifferently. Finally, when the sword spirit was about to explode, the sword edge stopped. Chu Yang's realm remained at the peak of 2nd grade sword great master. In the face of such a situation, the sword spirit could only sigh. He couldn't stop it at all except for remedial actions. The sword edge was originally a sharp weapon. It was an intruder. It would be bad if it stopped its sharpness. Chu Yang finally woke up from the mysterious sword intent. He let out a long breath. The sword edge's 4 words were the sword technique of becoming one with the sword. He was already sure of this. Using the aura to drive the sword momentum. Using the sword momentum to drive the sword style. Using the sword style to stimulate the aura of the body. And so on until the sword edge reached the body. Once the sword was out, it was violent and domineering. It was, in the world, only I am supreme. That was the meaning of this sword. Chu Yang frowned and pondered with rapt attention. The sword technique demonstrated by the sword spirit not only contains arrogance, bloodthirstiness, and murderousness, but also endless desolation. That's the loneliness accumulated from being invincible throughout the ages. Chu Yang felt that he wouldn't be able to reach this realm in a short time. He slowly calmed his breathing and opened his eyes. He was about to restore the ground. But when he lifted a stone with both hands, Chu Yang exclaimed in surprise. He was so surprised that he almost dropped the stone and hit his foot. When did I become so strong? I didn't feel the weight of the stone at all when I lifted it. He inadvertently looked into his dantian and was suddenly shocked. If the capacity of his dantian was only a mouthful before he came in, then it had undoubtedly become a big lake now. The mist was vast and boundless. He tried to raise his chi and rush towards the barrier of the 8th grade martial master. However, his path was vast and mighty, completely unobstructed. Chu Yang's eyes involuntarily widened. He continued to control his yuan chi and tried to break through to the martial master level. Once again, he did not encounter any obstacles. Hardening his heart, he charged towards 1st grade martial great master. At last, I'm Ronko. Chu Yang finally jumped up when his breakthrough to 3rd grade martial great master was finally stopped. As he jumped, he forgot that he was still holding onto a large rock. He was actually hugging a 500-kilogram stone and jumped more than 10 feet before falling back down with a plop. In a daze, as if he was in a dream, he moved the rocks back to their original positions. For the last one, he simply twisted his waist. Unknowingly, with an extremely coquettish posture, he used his buttocks to push the 1,000-pound rock into the air with a pu sound, and it fell into the final hole, seamlessly. Fuck. All I did was blink my eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Martial Great Master? And I'm at the peak of 2nd grade Martial Great Master? Chu Yang scratched his head and fiercely pinched his arm. A burst of intense pain woke Minister Chu up as if he had just woken up from a dream. It's true. I've really broken through. And it's as if I'm flying. Chu Yang's entire body floated out. When he came out to take a look, he was shocked. Gu Duxing's face was heavy as he looked up at the sky. Luo Ku-di and Miao Butong also had extremely heavy expressions. It was as if there was something that made these people so conflicted that their heads hurt. As for GMO was sprawled on the ground. His clothes were tattered, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was also trying his best to open his swollen eyes and look at the sky in shock. Chu Yang was stunned. What's going on? Following their gazes, he could not help but look up at the sky as well. However, all he saw was a clear sky with white clouds and a cold wind blowing. There was nothing unusual. What's wrong with you guys? Chu Yang asked curiously. Something that could make these four reveal such an expression at the same time was definitely a big matter. Chu Yang firmly believed this, but he really could not see where the big matter was. This made him depressed. Something big has happened. Gu Duxing was still looking at the sky. It was as if there was something he wanted to pursue in the eternal sky. He was so persistent in looking. Something big? Looking at Luo Ku-di and the others nodding continuously, and GMO, who was lying on the ground, also nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Yang was confused. Calamity Sword Master has already found the second fragment of the Calamity Sword. Gu Duxing said deeply. In other words, the second fragment of the Calamity Sword has returned. Calamity Sword Master. Calamity Sword? Huh. Chu Yang was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue. He was dumbfounded. In an instant, he only felt a gush of blood rushing to his head. That's right. The four of them nodded together. 4 pairs of solemn eyes looked at Chu Yang together. From Chu Yang's perspective, they seemed to be deep in thought. Except for GMO, who was beaten up by Gu Duxing to the point that he could not open his eyes and could only squint his eyes, the other 3 all had big eyes like a bull's eyes. How did you guys know? Chu Yang stuttered. You're so stupid. Gu Duxing glared at him and said, every time Calamity Sword Master finds a fragment of the Calamity Sword, the sky of Fort Continent will change color. This is a phenomenon in the sky. Phenomenon in the sky? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Motherfucker. He almost blurted out. We're all brothers. You guys have to keep this a secret for me. This is not fun. Luckily, he didn't say it out loud. You don't even know this? Gu Duxing looked at him with disdain. You're from Fort Continent. You don't even know Calamity Sword Master? Is he very famous? Minister Chu asked with a smile in his eyes. His attitude was very smug. He was just waiting to be flattered. He's more than famous. Sure enough, the four of them shouted together. Each of them looked at Chu Yang with a, "You're hopeless" look. Calamity Sword Master. Calamity Sword Master. He's the idol of the entire Fort continent. Oh my God, you don't know? Idol? Minister Chu rubbed his belly without leaving a trace. Then, he stuck out his tongue and brushed it across his upper lip. He said in surprise, "So powerful? Is he also your idol?" Of course. The four of them shouted in unison. Their answers made Minister Chu feel like he was drinking wine. He asked dizzily, "Is this person very powerful?" "More than powerful," GMO said with a bitter face. "It's because of this bastard that I was kicked out of upper three heavens for training. This bastard. If I see him, I'll definitely beat him up. I'm just afraid that I won't." Chu Yang's brows twitched. Yes, this Calamity Sword Master is a guy who wants to see the world in chaos. As long as he appears, the world will not be peaceful. Luo Kadi said angrily, "This bastard is a shit stirrer." Minister Chu's face darkened. However, Calamity Sword is a divine object that sword practitioners like us dream of. Gu Duxing's words were more sincere. But before Chu Yang's mood improved a little, he added, "It's a pity that it fell into the hands of a lucky bastard. It's simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If it fell into my hands..." Rue Badong nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. This kind of lucky bastard is the most infuriating. If he's lucky, then so be it. But he has to come out and show off. If he wants to show off, then so be it. But he has to cause chaos in the world. Motherfucker, who has it easy in this world? Everyone has to work hard. But this bastard, with a sword, can kill 5 people. King of Hell Chu's shoulders slumped. He said listlessly, "I really want to chop someone." "We want it too." The four of them said in unison, "We're especially interested in that Calamity Sword Master." Minister Chu rolled his eyes and said as if he had just discovered the new Fort continent, "Wow, GMO. Oh, my poor third brother. What happened to you? Look at you. You look like you were raped by a pack of bears." Well, it was a great way to change the topic. Sob. I wasn't raped by a bear, but I'm close. This shout was extremely depressing. Even GMO's eyes, which were swollen into a line, miraculously widened. What's wrong? Chu Yang was startled. At this moment, the other three also noticed Chu Chin's abnormality. Gu Duxing took 3 steps back in disbelief. Luo Kudi fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Miao Budong's body swayed a few times. He was flabbergasted. What's wrong? Chu Yang frowned. He wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. He was scolded by these guys just now, but he could only endure it. You broke through again? GMO groaned. GMO groaned and twisted his buttocks. He screamed in pain and jumped up. He had been lying down and was now standing upright. He hissed in cold air and gnashed his teeth. There's no justice in this world. There's no justice in this world. Chu Chin finally understood. He raised his head proudly and said modestly and cautiously, I accidentally broke through a few levels. It's nothing. I just went from a 7th grade martial master to a 2nd grade martial great master. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Facing you guys from the super clans of the upper 3 heavens, this kind of speed is even more embarrassing. There's no justice in this world." GMO and Luo Kadi cried out in grief and indignation. It's already very unreasonable to break through so quickly. After breaking through, you still want to use this to provoke us. That's even more unreasonable. Chu Yang laughed loudly. Chapter 223. Is it true or not? Although GMO was asking, his eyes were filled with the meaning of yes. If it wasn't, why did he improve so much in the blink of an eye? Besides the path of martial arts, there was no other explanation. Therefore, GMO felt even more unbalanced. Why did he comprehend the path of martial arts after one fight, while I only became a pig head after one fight? The gap between people is too big, isn't it? Other than being conflicted and depressed, GMO was also a little unwilling, but more than that, he was eager to try. Maybe he would comprehend after one more fight? On the side, Luo Ku-di and Yu Bu-tong also had the same idea. They both looked at Gu Du-shing with their eyes, and their little abacus rang loudly in their hearts. GMO can't comprehend, but that doesn't mean we can't either. With that pig head of GMO's, how could he comprehend? His intelligence is far inferior to mine. Thus, both of them were eager to give it a try. Gu Du-shing looked at the three coldly. He was very careful of them. Humph, if you dare to challenge me, your second brother's authority, I will definitely beat you up twice as badly as GMO. Sure enough, after a while, Luo Ku-di jumped out proudly and shouted arrogantly, "Aw, second brother, I want to duel with you." When Gu Du-shing heard the word, second brother again, his eyes almost turned red. Since you want to be abused, if I don't fulfill your wish, I will be sorry for being called second brother by you. After about 2 hours, Luo Ku-di and Yu Bu-tong became obedient. Now, the two of them were lying together with GMO. At first glance, they really couldn't be distinguished from each other. Fuck, their bodies are the same. Swollen? They are fucking triplets. Ironcloud Citadel, a small tavern. The man in blue was holding a wine jug and drinking slowly. The moment the second fragment of Calamity Sword appeared, he suddenly stood up and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared at the top of the tallest building in Ironcloud Citadel. Standing in a milky white light and looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, the man in blue murmured to himself, "Master of Calamity Sword." The Master of Calamity Sword has finally started to grow. For the level sky continent, is this a blessing or a curse? He stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he softly said, "It seems that those old fellows also need to make a move. This upper three heavens is going to be turbulent from now on. I wonder how long will it take for the Master of Calamity Sword to mature. If they are slow, then the upper three heavens will be plunged into a long war." He shook his head and laughed. Calamity Sword Master appeared in the lower three heavens, but the source of the chaos and the biggest victim is the upper three heavens. Why bother? Diwu Qingru was strolling in the garden while talking to Gao Sheng about something. Suddenly, the world turned white. Diwu Qingru's expression changed slightly. He said, "Is it the Master of Tribulation Sword again?" Shock appeared on Gao Sheng's face. That's right. According to the family's records, this is the sign that the owner of the Calamity Sword has found the second fragment of the Calamity Sword. The sword tip has returned to its original position. Yes. Diwu Qingru took 2 steps and stood still. He said, "The second fragment of the sword tip. If I remember correctly, it should be used for killing." Gao Sheng's face was a little surprised. He said, "Prime Minister is right." He didn't expect Diwu Qingru to have some understanding of the Calamity Sword. When the Calamity Sword appears, the world turns upside down. Diwu Qingru pondered for a while. He continued to walk and said softly, "Could the Master of Calamity Sword be in the Han Nation's court? Or, Gao Sheng thought for a while and said, "There is no record of this. However, according to the ancient legends, the Calamity Sword has always been a legend in Jianghu. In the entire level sky continent, it is almost a myth. Moreover, the legends of the Calamity Sword generally exist in the upper three heavens. Even the upper three heavens only have bits and pieces. It shouldn't belong to the court." Gao Sheng didn't say one thing. The court? What is the court? Can it keep the Calamity Sword? Diwu Qingru smiled and nodded. He pondered for a while and then let out a sigh of relief. It was as if he had put down a burden on his mind. He said with a rare smile, "I think so too. Since Calamity Sword doesn't exist in the Imperial Court, I won't go against its master. I can also put down a burden on my mind." Gao Jingxin wondered what the Prime Minister had put down. When the Prime Minister exhaled just now, it clearly had the meaning of being relieved of a heavy burden. But why? However, Gao Sheng wouldn't ask these questions. If Diwu Qingru didn't want to talk about it, it was useless to ask. At the same time, many people in the upper three heavens and the big clans of the upper three heavens looked into the distance with deep worry. Upper three heavens, Chu clan. An old man in a black robe stood at the top of Chu Clan's Tian Tower. He didn't speak for a long time like a statue, until another old man in a black robe appeared beside him. He asked softly, "The Master of Calamity Sword hasn't been confirmed yet?" "It shouldn't be. If it was confirmed, then the entire level sky would be in chaos." "Yes, the second fragment has appeared," the old man in a black robe said quietly. "The appearance of the second fragment also means that the Master of Calamity Sword has just started to grow. What do you think about this?" The old man in a black robe who came later had a pair of broken eyebrows, as if someone had cut them with a knife. Hearing this, he said, "Everything depends on fate. Old Master, don't worry." He looked like he was only a few years younger than the old man, but he called him Old Master. "Fate, he." The old man in a black robe laughed coldly. "The appearance of Calamity Sword means that the power structure of the level sky continent is about to change. Our Chu clan may look prosperous now, but the future is bleak. This time, many thousand-year-old monsters will definitely come out to face the calamity. Tell the clan to be careful." The old man with the broken eyebrows said awkwardly, "Yes, I've already passed down the order." Calamity Sword. Calamity Sword. This calamity word is not easy to remove. The old man in a black robe's expression seemed to contain endless worry. Could it be that Calamity Sword is calamity? The old man with the broken eyebrows asked. "It's not just calamity." The old man in a black robe sighed. "Every time a Calamity Sword appears, a big family or a big power will come out of nowhere and dominate the upper three heavens for 10,000 years. And this big family corresponds to the Calamity Sword of the Master of the Calamity Sword." "This can't be right," the old man with the broken eyebrows exclaimed. "How long has the level sky continent been inhabited for?" "Hee. The records of the level sky continent say that since the beginning of human history, it has been 17,000 years. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. I don't know whether to laugh or cry." The old man in a black robe said heavily, "Our Chu clan is not a big power. We only rose up in the last 1,000 years. But back then, our old master traveled with Li Yuntian for a period of time. It was during that period of time that our old master became a legend in the Chu clan's 1,500 years of status. And that short period of 3 months became the proudest thing in the elder ancestor's life." "Li Yuntian? Isn't Li Yuntian the head of the Li clan from 1,000 years ago? One of the big powers that once dominated the upper three heavens?" The old man with the broken eyebrows exclaimed. "That's right." The old man in a black robe said faintly, "And our old master recorded what Li Yuntian said during those 3 months. There was one sentence. Speaking of this, he suddenly became silent and seemed to be lost in thought. Well, the Calamity Sword appears once every 10,000 years. Once it appears, the world shakes. It has appeared 8 times in history. And I, Li Yuntian, was born 8,000 years later. I wonder if I will have the fortune to see the first master of the Calamity Sword when he appears." The old man in a black robe said softly, "Once every 10,000 years? 8 times?" The old man with the broken eyebrows exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "Doesn't this mean that the lower three heavens continent has existed for at least 80,000 years?" "That's right. You're not stupid." The old man in a black robe snorted. "But the history of the continent." The old man with the broken eyebrows was interrupted by the old man in a black robe. "The history of the continent? What history?" "History is at most a book that can be changed at any time. As long as someone knows how to write, he can change the past history." He sneered. "No matter what the future generations write, those who are already dead will never climb out of their coffins to stop it." The old man with the broken eyebrows gasped. "So, Master, this record of our old master's ancestor, can it?" "No." The old man in a black robe flatly refused. "There are too many secrets in it. It's not good for you to read it." He snorted and said, "Besides, in the current Chu family, there are no outstanding talents at all. All of them are mediocre, especially the youngest generation. They are all stupid. If you know these secrets, it will be a great disaster." The old man with the broken eyebrows was stunned for a long time before he muttered, "There are a few who are good. such as those who reached revered martial artist at a young age. Even among the peers of the big families, they are very good. Nonsense. I'm talking about super geniuses. I'm talking about development potential. The old man in a black robe said angrily, now that the master of the disaster sword has appeared, if one of the Chu family's brothers can be selected as one of the segments, that's a great fortune. But what's the use of being the king of the Mouse Kingdom? Even if you are invincible in the Mouse Kingdom, you are still a mouse. One of the segments of the disaster sword? The old man with the broken eyebrows was stunned. There was such a saying? The disaster sword is divided into segments: sword tip, sword edge, sword guard, sword tongue, sword hilt, sword pommel, sword tassel, sword spirit. The old man in a black robe said worriedly, why do all the big families send people down to train when the disaster sword appears? This is a tradition, but where did this tradition come from? No one knows about this for 3 days. Chapter 224. Then, why don't we send people down from Shangsantian? The old man with broken eyebrows asked hurriedly. Because the master of Calamity Sword started from Shangsantian, the old man in black robe put his hands behind his back. If people from Shangsantian go down to train, it will disturb the operation of the heavens. It will cause the heavens to fall into eternal chaos. That's why Shangsantian is not allowed to participate. Even if they want to train, they can only train in Shangsantian, not in Shangsantian. If any family disobeys, they will be besieged by all forces until they are destroyed. This is the iron law of the heavens. In the upper 3 heavens, there is only one clan that can go directly to the lower 3 heavens. They are not restricted by this restriction, but every time, only one person can go down. A strange expression flashed across the black-robed man's eyes as he said in a deep voice, what are the conditions for the person who fits the criteria? The old man with broken eyebrows asked. Everything is fate. The old man in black robe sighed. It's not something that can be done by humans. After a long time, the sky returned to normal. The old man in black robe said, haven't you found failings, son? No. The old man with broken eyebrows sighed. It's been 17 years. It's a bit difficult. Bastard. The old man in black robe shouted angrily. The Yang family and our Chu family are in a deadlock because of their only son. After more than 10 years of friction, our former allies almost became enemies. How can we give up so easily? At this critical moment, if we can't get the Yang family to be our ally, the Chu family can't do anything alone. The consequences are unimaginable. We can't be careless about the search.
Yes.
It's a pity that the master of Calamity Sword has already found the second fragment of Calamity Sword and has started to grow rapidly. He got angrier as he spoke. Chu Xiongqing, if you can even lose your own grandson, why don't you lose yourself as well? The old man with broken eyebrows looked gloomy and said bitterly, what about you? Get lost. The old man in black robe shouted angrily. Then he turned into a black cloud and disappeared. He asked him to get lost, but he disappeared before he could do so. Sigh. Every time I mention this, it's always like this. The old man with broken eyebrows touched his broken eyebrows. Am I really willing to lose my own son? That's unreasonable. Sighing, he disappeared with a flash of his body as well, in the extreme north of upper 3 heavens, in the vast ice and snow wilderness. Other than ice and snow, there was only darkness. But at this moment, the aura of the Calamity Sword that soared into the skies added a milky white glow to this world that had been left behind. It was as though a door was slowly opening. Amidst the howling wind and snow, a voice was shouting excitedly, it's here, it's here. Those who meet the requirements, get out immediately. And now, Chu Yang had gathered Gu Duxing and the others together, and mysteriously called them into his room. Come, come, come. There's good news. What good thing? Chu Yang smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He took out 4 cups and said slowly, I'll treat you to some water. Drink, and the 4 of them were speechless at the same time. We've never drunk water before? Chu Yang uncorked the jade bottle and filled 4 wine cups. He said, please, A strange fragrance suddenly filled the room. Smelling this fragrance, the four of them felt their spirits rise. The 4 cups of water were quietly placed on the table. They were as clear as jade, and the water had a faint sparkling green color. Gu Duxing's face revealed a puzzled expression. Looking at the 4 cups of strange water, he seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Vitality spring water? What?" Luoku D and GMO turned pale with fright at the same time. Neither of them had expected to see such a priceless treasure in this place. Vitality spring water could strengthen one's foundation and increase the vitality of all animals and plants in the world. It had a miraculous effect on recovery after injury, and as long as it was an external injury, the effect would be even better. It also had a nourishing effect on internal injuries, and this thing had a miraculous effect on nurturing spirit herbs. A drop of vitality spring water could revive a dying spirit herb instantly and restore its vitality. It could also increase the efficacy of the spirit herb for a year. Legend had it that only the medicine god clan of Upper Three Heavens had this kind of spring water, and the annual production was no more than 10 drops. The medicine god clan regarded it as a family heirloom and heavily guarded. And now, there were 4 full cups here. Yes, it's vitality spring water. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I've already drunk it. This spring water is very good. After drinking it, at least if I get injured in the future, there won't be any scars on my body." Lu Ba. The 4 looked at this mysterious boss as if they were looking at a monster. Such precious vitality spring water. You let us drink it just to not leave any scars? If you delay any longer, the efficacy will be released. Chu Yang reminded them with a smile. The 4 of them moved quickly. They picked up a cup and poured it into their mouths. But just as Gu Duxing was about to drink, he suddenly stopped. He took out a small jade bottle from his bosom and very carefully poured the spring water into the bottle. "What are you doing?" Chu Yang asked curiously. Drinking it like this is a pity." Gu Duxing smiled and said with longing, "I'm saving it for Sister Xiao Miao. Sister Xiao Miao is a girl. She usually cares about her appearance the most. Just the fact that there won't be any scars will make her happy for a long time. Idiot, I have more here. I'm giving it to you. So quickly drink it." Chu Yang was angry, amused, and touched. "You really have more?" Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. Seeing Chu Yang nod his head, he was relieved and smiled. He drank the spring water in one gulp. This time, GMO and Luoku D were silent. They didn't laugh at him. They looked at Gu Duxing with eyes full of admiration. A man who thought of his lover at all times. On this continent where wives were as common as clouds, how rare was this? Who would dare to laugh at such a true love? "This spring water isn't a lot. I only got it by chance. Besides leaving some for Xiao Wu and Dong Wushang, I only have a few cups left. It's fine as long as everyone drinks it. Don't tell anyone," Chu Yang cautiously reminded. Although there was still a whole spring, these things were precious when they were rare. If there wasn't a lot, it would be sincere to share it. If there was a lot, it wouldn't be rare anymore. If his brothers wanted to use it, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't be stingy. But for unrelated people, it was better to stay far away. Although Chu Yang was a little cautious, this scheme was for the sake of this group. "Yes," the 4 solemnly replied at the same time. Once this kind of spring water was leaked, it would cause a huge uproar. With the conditions of these people, they really couldn't keep it. After solving this matter, the 4 brothers were a little excited. GMO proposed to go out and have a romantic encounter, which was seriously despised by the other 3. Then Chu Yang went to Butian Pavilion alone. GMO and the other 3 also went out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Just as he let Wu Qianqian drink a cup of vitality spring water, someone came from the palace and said that His Majesty invited him. Chu Yang sighed. "Every time I have something good, His Majesty invites me. This guy's nose can't be that good, right?" Wu Qianqian giggled. She took out a black robe and said, "Chu Yang, try it on. Does it fit?" "You made it?" Chu Yang's eyes focused. "Yes." Wu Qianqian blushed and said, "I made it based on the last one." Chu Yang nodded and sighed in his heart. He couldn't bear to reject her good intentions and said with a smile, "I'll try it." Then he put it on. The size was just right. Wu Qian stood in front of him and sized him up. She smiled and said, "It's okay. Wear it." "Why do I feel that something is not right?" Chu Yang looked at the black robe suspiciously. "New clothes are always like this." Wu Qian blushed and urged, "His Majesty is looking for you. Quickly go." Watching Chu Yang go out, Wu Qian picked up the black robe and sniffed it. Her eyes revealed a perplexed look, and she sighed softly. "Diwu Qingro sent a letter? He asked me to take Tang Xiansheng's family back?" Chu Yang looked at Taibu Tian in surprise. Yes. Taibu Tian was wearing an imperial robe. It was still loose on his body. He looked a little tired. What does His Majesty mean? Chu Yang put down Diwu Qingro's letter and asked. "It's okay to give it. It's also okay to not give it." Taibu Tian said, "The key is your attitude. My attitude is to give it." Chu Yang said slowly, "I'm going to Great Zhao soon. Since Diwu Qingro wants to invite me over and sent me such a good opportunity, how can I not give it? Moreover, it's useless for us to keep Tang Xiansheng's orphan and widow. You want to go to Great Zhao?" Taibu Tian stood up abruptly. "No. Why not? If Diwu Qingro can deal with us, why can't we cause trouble for him?" Chu Yang said calmly, "Let Great Zhao become chaotic. That's our chance. It's too dangerous." Taibu Tian slowly sat down and said, "Our side is already full of danger, let alone Diwu Qingro's headquarters. That place is full of danger at any time. And your identity is so confusing. Because of this, I have to go." Chu Yang said casually, "Blindly defending will not be able to defend." Taibu Tian knew that Chu Yang had made up his mind. He could not help but feel disappointed. If you go to Great Zhao, what will happen to Butian Pavilion? Butian Pavilion will remain the same. I will go to Great Zhao, but King of Hell Chu will not go. Chu Yang said softly. Wu Qian can now take charge. Taibu Tian stood up and slowly paced back and forth. "But you have to promise me. You must come back alive." Chu Yang laughed. "Your Majesty, don't worry. In this world, there is no one who can take my life." Taibu Tian did not laugh at his joke. Instead, he looked at him deeply and said, "When you go there, safety is the most important thing. If it is not feasible, then go back as soon as possible. If the opportunity is gone, we can create another one. But if you are gone, it will be very difficult for me to find another minister of Butian Pavilion." Feeling Taibu Tian's sincere concern, Chu Yang said softly, "I will." Chapter 225. Taibu Tian was obviously worried about Chu Yang's decision to go to Great Zhao. He even drank the vitality spring water that Chu Chao had given him. He wanted to say something several times, but stopped in the end. He paced back and forth in the palace with his hands clasped behind his back. "Can you leave within 7 days?" When Chu Yang asked when Tang Xiansheng's family would leave, Taibu Tian said, "Diwu Qingro did not send anyone to pick them up. Are we going to send them off? Plus, it's freezing cold. Why don't we wait until spring comes?" Chu Yang frowned. He felt that Taibu Tian was being impulsive. He did not want to let Tang Xiansheng's family go, but he did not want Chu Yang to leave. That's fine. In any case, I will not go with them." Chu Yang said. "When will you leave?" "When the time is right, I will take the initiative to leave." Chu Yang smiled. Hearing Chu Yang's answer, Taibu Tian sighed. Seeing that there was nothing else, Chu Yang was about to leave. When he reached the door, Taibu Tian suddenly shouted from behind, "Minister Chu?" "Chu Yang." Chu Yang turned around and looked at Taibu Tian questioningly. "Your Majesty, is there something wrong?" Taibu Tian's lips wriggled twice as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. Finally, she turned around and said indifferently, "If Minister Chu wants to leave for Great Zhao, then you should inform me before you leave." Chu Yang replied, "I know." He turned around and left. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I not tell you when I want to leave?" After another 3 days, Dong Wushang finally returned in high spirits. This guy had used some unknown method to actually bring back half a carriage full of ink steel. This was because Chu Yang told him, "It's better to have more, or else we won't be able to make it." Looking at half a carriage, the 5 brothers were speechless. Based on the weight and density of black steel, half a carriage weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The 8 horses pulling the carriage were so tired that they stuck out their tongues. Their bodies were sweating and steaming. In the cold winter, they looked like 8 steamers as they stopped in front of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Along the way, there were 2 deep trenches. Iron Cloud Citadel's roads were originally very good. Even though these things were heavy, they should not have left such deep trenches. However, the heavy snow had caused the roads to become soft. Cough, cough. I came a little late because I was preparing the ink steel. Dong Wushang wiped the sweat off his face and shrugged his shoulders. My idol. Luo Kudi and Jimayin could not understand what was going on. Shi was dumbfounded as he exclaimed, "How did you get so much ink steel? How did you come to the passageway that leads to the lower 3 heavens?" I put them on my head." Dong Wushang's face turned red. He stammered, "I put them on my head one by one. Come out, go in again, and then come out again." GMO sat down on the ground. He was flabbergasted for a long time. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. "I'm convinced, Dong Wushang. This is the first time I, GMO, have been so convinced and impressed by someone. Ha ha ha. On top of my head? Come out and then go back in? Go in and come out? Oh my God. You are killing me with laughter." Luo Kudi slapped his own buttocks with all his might. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth. "You are indeed 4th brother. This bull is simply at its peak." This was Luo Kudi's signature move. Once he was excited, he would slap his own buttocks. Moreover, he would drag it out loudly and rhythmically. Gu Duxing also couldn't hold back his laughter. He burst out laughing and coughed repeatedly. "Boss, is this enough?" Dong Wushang rubbed his hands. He looked at Chu Yang with an urgent gaze. "If it is not enough, I will go back and get more." "It is enough. It is more than enough." Chu Yang coughed a few times. "What I find strange is, did you bring all these here by yourself?" Cough, cough. "They sent me to the entrance of Iron Cloud Citadel. I let them go back." Dong Wushang coughed a few times and said, "I know what you mean, boss. If we can hide this place from the clan, then we should try our best not to let them know about it. Although we can't hide it from those people in the clan. As long as we act like we don't want others to know about it, they will turn a blind eye to it." Yes, you did well." Chu Yang gave a rare compliment. "When I went back this time, I had a spar with my master." Dong Wushang said excitedly. "My master was shocked. Haha, I almost succeeded with a sneak attack. Your master did not break your legs?" Gu Duxing curled his lips. Dong Wushang's father was famous for being strict. No. How could that be?" Dong Wushang straightened his neck. He could not wait to praise me. "Boss, when are you going to start? Why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "I have to find someone. Besides, what kind of weapon do you want? How heavy is it?" "More than 10,000 pounds of black steel. If I use all of it, can you lift it?" "The heavier the better." Dong Wushang gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, if you can make me a 500-pound saber, that will be enough. I will be very satisfied." 500 pounds. The 5 people exclaimed at the same time. An ordinary sword was only 7 pounds. A special sword was only 20 to 30 pounds. As for the sword that Chu Yang gave GMO, it was a little heavier, only 50 pounds. Of course, this was a sword, not a saber. But the black saber of Dong Wushang's clan was only 80 pounds. Even Dong Wushang's father, the clan master of the Dong clan, used a saber that was only 200 pounds. Yet, this guy actually opened his mouth and asked for 250 pounds. Could it be that he wants to use a saber to smash people? Saber practice is also cultivation. Dong Wushang's saber brows swept across, and a biting cold aura suddenly emitted. He said, "If this 500-pound saber is as light as a feather in my hand, that will be the great achievement of the saber path. Since ancient times, the saber has always been the king of weapons, but it has never reached the peak. The highest achievement is only the saber emperor. And some people say that this is the destiny of the saber. And I, Dong Wushang, will challenge this destiny of the saber path. Let's see who can be the king of weapons in the world." "Good. Chu Yang said loudly, "In that case, I will do as you wish." "Thank you, big brother." Dong Wushang had one foot forward, the tip of his foot pointing straight, and the other back, the tip of his foot pointing outwards. His 2 feet formed a right angle. His left hand was on his chest, and his right hand was behind his back. He bowed deeply to Chu Yang. "Please, big brother." This was the most respectful etiquette a saber artist could show to others. Chu Yang straightened his body and suddenly stood up straight. Like a sword suddenly unsheathed, he made a clanging sound. He cupped his fists and said, "No need to be so polite." GMO and Gu Duxing were surprised at the same time. All this time, they didn't know what Chu Yang's main cultivation was. Only today did they know that Chu Yang's main focus was the sword. Chu Yang didn't want to say it either. He knew the temperament of these brothers. Once they determined his direction, with their persistent nature of striving for perfection, they would urge him to practice the sword. And all of them wouldn't let him off easily. But today, Dong Wushang's supreme etiquette of the saber path forced him to return the courtesy. And he had to return the courtesy with the sword path. If it was an ordinary person, Chu Yang could ignore it. But Dong Wushang was his brother. Respecting one's brothers was the same as respecting oneself. "Thank you, big brother." Dong Wushang took out a piece of parchment from his bosom and said, "This is the style I designated for my saber." Everyone gathered around at the same time. Looking at the drawing of the saber on the parchment, they all nodded secretly. The appearance of Dong Wushang's saber wasn't much different from an ordinary saber, but it focused on sharpness, power, and dominance. And it pursued smoothness. Some decorations were all discarded. It was a saber from head to toe. Even the handguard was just 2 slight protrusions. Just by looking at this drawing, one could imagine how domineering this saber would be when it was forged. "Good." Chu Yang carefully folded the parchment and put it into his bosom. "Move all the ink steel into my room." Dong Wushang was overjoyed. He said, "Big brother is really a good person." He actually declined the help of others and moved the steel into his room one by one. The reason was, "I want to use my own strength to do everything I can for this saber." That's the saber of Dong Wushang. This reason was very stubborn and unreasonable. But everyone understood Dong Wushang's feelings. This saber would be his companion for life. That night, Chu Yang used the tribulation sword. It completely absorbed all the ink steel. After the tribulation sword absorbed the essence steel, it condensed into a large piece of essence steel. Weighing the weight, Chu Yang nodded secretly. Luckily, this guy brought so much here. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be enough. Now, there was less than 500 kilograms left. Chu Yang waved his hand, and the ink steel entered the tribulation space. The next moment, the sword spirit controlled the tip of the sword and kept circling around this piece of essence steel. According to Dong Wushang's request, this saber quickly took shape. A powerful and domineering saber that was smooth and elegant. Even if it was placed there quietly, it was full of the aura of a king. Looking at the saber that was forged, Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. This saber was half an inch longer and half an inch narrower than Dong Wushang's request, but it was a full 570 kilograms. It didn't look much heavier than an ordinary saber. But no one would have thought that the weight of this saber was so terrifying. Chu Yang played with it for a while before he finally put the saber into the tribulation space. He couldn't take it out now. No matter what, he would have to wait for a few days. As for naming this saber, that was Dong Wushang's problem. But one thing was for sure. With this saber, Dong Wushang's cultivation would improve even more terrifyingly than in his previous life. Early the next morning, Dong Wushang hurriedly ran over and knocked on Chu Yang's door. "Boss, it's time to contact them." When he entered the door, he exclaimed, Where's the ink steel?" "It was taken away long ago. How can I forge it here? Do you still want me to sleep?" Chu Yang pretended to close his eyes. "Amazing." Dong Wushang clicked his tongue in wonder and scratched his head. Last night, he fell asleep after drinking the Vitality Spring water. He was very tired during this period of time. But no matter how tired he was, more than 5,000 kilograms of ink steel disappeared. He should have heard something. This matter could only be said to be magical. Chapter 226. The Emo Clan? Dong Wushang blinked and said, "The Emo clan and our Dong clan are in the south and north respectively. They are very far apart. I don't know the details." But after Emo Tianji returned to the clan, he was sent to the Tsanglan battlefront. Huh. Chu Yang frowned. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. But when Emo Tianji left, he made a lot of noise. I heard that he led his cavalry and went around deliberately. He purposely took a detour and wandered around. First, he went to the G clan for a while. For some reason, he got into a fight with the G clan. Then, he turned south and fought with the Luo clan. Then, he smashed a shop of the Gu clan. Worst of all, he burned down a steel saber workshop of our Black Saber clan. The entire Three Heavens knows that the second young master of the Mo clan has gone crazy. Dong Wushang snorted and said, "If I wasn't in a hurry to come back, I would have chased after that bastard and taught him a lesson." Chu Yang frowned more and more. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a cold light. He smashed his fist on the bedside table. The table was smashed into pieces. Chu Yang gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn Mo clan." Chu Yang understood Mo Tianji better than anyone else in this world. It was not strange for any of the hedonistic young masters in the Three Heavens to do these things. Even a calm person like Gu Duxing would not be surprised if he did something like this when he got angry. But Mo Tianji would never do something like this. With Mo Tianji's character, he would have done something like this. So, he would have been a lunatic. However, this extremely impossible thing was actually done by this extremely impossible person. This was thought-provoking. Chu Yang thought that Mo Tianji must have a deep meaning for doing these things. Or, after Mo Tianji went back, he could not come out. Or, he could not come out. So, he could only use this method to hint something to Chu Yang. Although they had only met for a short night, Mo Tianji truly knew that if there were people in this world who would risk everything for Mo Qingwu, then one of them would be himself, and the other would be Chu Yang. So, there were some things that he wanted Chu Yang to know. And the clans that Mo Tianji was harassing were the clans of these 5 people. Mo Tianji had turned the world upside down. He had even placed himself in a dangerous situation. And he had only sent a message to Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu is in a very bad situation. They were relatives of the Ji clan, but Mo Tianji still made a fuss. This was to say, relatives are unreliable, and there are disputes in the clan. His feud with the Luo clan had been going on for generations. When he fought with the Luo clan, it meant that he was saying, "Very serious, very angry, and will not rest until one of us dies." The Gu clan was an ally of the Mo clan. This was the same as saying, brothers have turned against each other. Burning down the Black Saber clan's steel saber workshop was clearly telling Chu Yang that the saber had been stolen. At the same time, he wanted to tell Chu Yang that the opponent was very strong, very powerful. Even he had no choice but to go to the Tsanglan battlefront. This was an invisible warning to Chu Yang. Be careful, plan before you act. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and asked slowly, "Is the Grand Duke of the Mo clan called Mo Tian Yun?" That's right. Dong Wushang thought for a while. Mo Tian Yun, according to the matter of the Three Heavens clan's training because of the birth of the Tribulation Sword Master, this Mo Tian Yun should be in the lower Three Heavens right now? Chu Yang asked casually. Yes. Dong Wushang felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Chu Yang's words were said casually. But, for some reason, Dong Wushang could hear a strong murderous intent in them. Could it be that Chu Yang wanted to kill Mo Tianyun? But these two people had no enmity with each other. Plus, Chu Yang had just saved Mo Tianyun's sister, Mo Qingwu. The Mo clan was very grateful to him. If one day, Chu Yang went to the lower Three Heavens, then the Mo clan would most likely become Chu Yang's loyal ally. Why would Chu Yang want to kill someone who would most likely become an ally in the future? Plus, this kind of murderous intent was almost the kind that could not live under the same sky. Call everyone over. There are some things I need to say. Chu Yang's face was dark as he said casually. Dong Wushang was startled. He turned around and went out to call people. Not long after, Gu Duxing and the others gathered in Chu Yang's room. Us brothers, Today is the first time we've sat down so formally. It's also the first time we've discussed some things together. Chu Yang did not say any polite words. He directly opened the door and said, "Regarding your next step, I want to talk about it." The five of them sat up straight at the same time. Although this big brother was young and had the weakest cultivation among them, everyone knew that with Chu Yang's speed of advancement, it would not take more than a year for him to catch up with them. After a while, it will be Jimo's birthday. Jimo wants to go back. Actually, I think that all of you can go back. It's enough for me and Gu Duxing to stay here. Chu Yang said slowly. Why? The few of them were a little reluctant. It was not easy for them to have a few brothers whom they could trust with their lives. How could they be separated just like that? Do you think that you can compare to Emo Tianji? How about it? Chu Yang's gaze swept across their faces. Not as good. Gu Duxing was very straightforward. Not as good as others meant not as good as others. Dong Wushang nodded slowly. Compared to Emo Tianyun? Not as good. That's good. Compared to the Ao clan's Grand Duke Ao Xieyun, how about it? Chu Yang asked slowly. Not as good as good. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked a little ashamed. None of you are below these few people in terms of intelligence and wisdom. But whether it's scheming, dealing with people, or even cultivation, they are somewhat lacking. Admittedly, these people are a few years older than you. But this is not the main reason. Chu Yang said solemnly. It's because you have experienced too little. In other words, you have experienced too little setbacks. You have experienced too little setbacks. Chu Yang's eyes slowly brightened. So, you have to make up for this. Only then will you truly grow. At this point, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and the others all nodded. Chu Yang's words could be said to have hit the nail on the head. I also want to be with all of you for a long time, but I can't. If that's the case, all of you will be useless. Chu Yang said, if we are together, we will do everything together. In that case, even Emo Tianji and Ao Xieyun's strength and wisdom will definitely not be comparable to our combined strength. Our strength will be great, but our individual strength will never increase. The individual strength I am talking about is experience and scheming, Chu Yang added. So, if you are together for a long time, it will be very disadvantageous for all of you. We must be separated, go through trials and hardships and grow on our own. Chu Yang concluded with this sentence. This is fine. When I go back, I will ask my big brother to come over to handle some clan affairs. Dong Wushang nodded and said, Big brother has told me many times, but I just don't want to. For this, he even hit me several times. That guy is not afraid that I will snatch his position as the clan head. Luo Kudi rolled his eyes and muttered, Saber fanatic like you actually wants to snatch the position of the clan head. Dong Wushang stared at him. I also have nothing to do here. GMO sighed. That big brother of mine is just a lazy guy. Other than hitting me, he doesn't have any other hobbies. Both of us don't care about clan affairs. If I go back and say this, my master will probably be very happy. I have something to do here. Luo Kudi frowned. My big brother is very greedy for power. If I go back, I'm afraid he won't give me any power. So you have to fight. The rest of the you people said in unison, Kill your big brother. Luo Kudi shuddered. When I go back, I will follow master to rob. Ji Butong said straightforwardly. The five of them fainted at the same time. Don't just rob. You also have to use knockout incense to steal and beat people up, especially these big clans. Chu Yang guided him patiently. It's best if they all chase after you. Then you will definitely improve very quickly. Then I will also die very quickly. Rue Butong rolled his eyes, but his mind was secretly working. Is this feasible? Yes, in a few days, when Wushang's saber is finished, we will set off and go to Great Zhao together. Chu Yang said, at that time, we will do something together in Great Zhao. When we are done, we will part ways in Great Zhao. So fast? The five of them said in unison, not fast. I estimate that GMO will be able to go home after finishing half of this. Chu Yang said, today, there is one more thing that I want to discuss with everyone. That is, how can we make Great Zhao chaotic? The five of them looked at each other. If we want to make Great Zhao's Jianghu chaotic, I have a way. GMO thought for a while and said, Let them send a mad dog to rob. A mad dog to rob? Chu Yang seemed to understand. Boss, you can take out 2 of your saber and sword, and then arrange their origins, and let them enter Jianghu. GMO said, this kind of divine weapon has always been the favorite of Jianghu people. However, we need to think carefully about how to create the biggest sensation. This is a good idea. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and pondered. As for the imperial court, it is hard to say. GMO frowned. Don't worry, we will cross that bridge when we get there. Chu Yang made the final decision. Let's go first. Iron Cloud is located in the north, and the weather is very cold. Therefore, the 3 days of clan training are usually in Great Zhao. That is because the climate there is suitable, and it is the most prosperous. Therefore, when we go this time, we will meet many of the 3 Heavens clan's disciples. Chu Yang said gloomily. One of them is the Mo clan's Grand Duke, Missouri Tianyun. Dong Wushang shivered. Chu Yang finally mentioned it. Boss, you want to target Mo Tianyun? Gu Duxing furrowed his brows. I don't want to target him. I want to kill him. Chu Yang said slowly. I want to know what will happen if I make Mo Tianyun stay in lower 3 heavens forever. Chapter 227. If we want to defeat Mo Tianyun, this is not difficult. Gu Duxing considered carefully and said, but if we want to kill him alone, I'm afraid we can't do it alone. That's right. Dong Wushang nodded seriously. Oh, Mo Tianyun is so powerful? Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He is indeed powerful. Gu Duxing nodded. Since a year ago, Mo Tianyun has been in charge of everything in the Mo clan. Moreover, the Mo clan's business, no matter which aspect it is, has been continuously expanding and expanding in this 1 year using proper means. This is all thanks to Mo Tianyun's efforts. Gu Duxing sighed. Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji are known as the resourceful duo in the 3 heavens. Mo Tianji is resourceful and Mo Tianyun is scheming. This person's schemes are endless. Even if you try to guard against them, you will still fall into his trap. Yes, according to Mo Tianyun's scheming, if he really controls the Mo clan, he will be a great threat to the surrounding clans. Therefore, many people don't want Mo Tianyun to live, but he is still living very well. Dong Wushang said. The 2 brothers of the Mo clan are fighting for power. Everyone in the 3 heavens knows about this. Everyone has seen Mo Tianji's strength. We are ashamed of our inferiority. GMO frowned, but Mo Tianyun was able to suppress Mo Tianji for many years. Although Mo Tianji has improved, he is still suppressed very badly. Although Mo Tianyun is a few years older than Mo Tianji, this is enough to show that his resourcefulness is not inferior to Mo Tianji's. Moreover, Mo Tianyun is a person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. He is a bit narrow-minded. Whatever he doesn't choose to do it carefully. If you don't have 100% confidence in killing such a person, it's best not to provoke him. Luo could decide. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Among the 4 people who had spoken, Gu Duxing's Gu clan was a strategic ally of the Mo clan. GMO was Mo Tianyun's younger cousin, and Luo Kudi was from a rival clan of the Mo clan. These 3 people knew Mo Tianyun very well. But when they heard Chu Yang's decision, they unanimously expressed their opposition to it. Don't tell me that Mo Tianyun is a tiger's, but that cannot be touched? The coldness in Chu Yang's eyes became more and more profound. Such a person is too dangerous to be an enemy, Gu Duxing said, and this person is cautious by nature. He values his own life to the extreme. Therefore, I said that defeating him might be possible. But killing him, especially killing him in the lower 3 heavens, is absolutely impossible. Big brother, you must think twice about this matter. The 5 of them spoke in unison. Chu Yang slowly nodded and said, I will think about it, but if Big Brother insists on doing it, I will do it no matter what. Gu Duxing insipidly said, I will definitely take action. Luo Kudi laughed mischievously. Dong Wushang smiled. I also want to kill Mo Tianyun. Su Butong coughed twice and said, if all of you attack. If I don't attack, I'm afraid you'll beat me up. GMO forced a smile and said, among these cousins, I don't like Mo Tianyun. However, this matter, I cannot interfere. I can only withdraw. The five of them expressed their understanding of GMO's choice. If GMO also clamored to attack, this guy was simply inhumane. No matter what kind of conflict he had with Emo Tianyun, after all, blood was thicker than water. If I need you to attack, I won't be polite, Chu Yang said softly. Chu Yang was very satisfied and touched by their choice. But to deal with Emo Tianyun, I still have to plan carefully. After all, how could someone who could suppress someone like Emo Tianji for so long be an ordinary person? One must know that in his previous life, until Emo Qingwu's death, Emo Tianji had not fully grasped the power of the clan. It was not until a few years later that Emo Tianyun completely lost the power struggle with Emo Tianji. No matter how much he hated Emo Tianyun, he must not underestimate him. Just as Gu Duxing and the rest said, Chu Yang did not have any intention of underestimating the enemy. Kill. He still had to kill. 7 days later, Chu Yang finally announced that they could go out. Under Dong Wushang's expectant gaze, Chu Yang took out the saber. Once the saber was unsheathed, even GMO, Gu Duxing, and the rest could not help but hold their breaths. What kind of saber was this? If there was a king among sabers since ancient times, there was no doubt that this saber was the king. No adjectives could describe the power of this saber. Dong Wushang's hands trembled and his eyes instantly became moist. He gently stroked the saber as if he was caressing the lover of his dreams. My saber. Dong Wushang's voice was somewhat choked. He suddenly said as if he was making an oath. From today onwards, this saber's name will be Wushang. Under this saber, there will be no injuries. Wushang. Dong Wushang used his own name to name his saber. He held the saber that weighed 570 pounds in one hand. His eyes emitted a fanatical light. At this moment, his face seemed to be shining. Thank you, big brother. I, Dong Wushang, will not let down this saber in this life. I will not let down my Wushang. Dong Wushang held the saber with one hand and knelt in front of Chu Yang. Without waiting for Chu Yang to stop him, he kowtowed 3 times. Then, he stood up and suddenly roared to the sky. The saber is the king. How can I, Dong Wushang, not be the king? A piercingly cold saber aura suddenly surged out along with his long roar. Gu Duxing's eyes narrowed. The moment Dong Wushang held this saber, it was as if he had suddenly activated some kind of mysterious power in his body. At this moment, Dong Wushang was filled with a heroic spirit that soared to the heavens. He stood together with this saber in front of everyone. In everyone's eyes, these were clearly 2 sabers, 2 peerless, treasured sabers. From this moment onwards, Wushang has finally opened the path of a saber master. Chu Yang's eyes focused on Dong Wushang. He looked deeply at him for a while and smiled with gratification. Gu Duxing's face revealed sincere admiration. The path of a saber master was like his own path of a swordsman. Those who did not open it could only be called saber master or swordsman. Those who opened it could be called guest. There was a difference of 1 word, but it was 2 completely different concepts. Guest was only 1 word, but the meaning behind it was thought-provoking. No matter where, as a guest, their status was nobler than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, saber master and swordsman, in the eyes of saber master and swordsman, was a kind of glory. Although Gu Duxing was obsessed with the way of the sword, he was not a swordsman yet. Although Dong Wushang's cultivation was lower than his, he had already become a saber master, which was equivalent to taking 1 step into the great door of the way of the saber. You don't have to be envious. Your path of a swordsman should be opening soon. Chu Yang smiled. It is the revered berserker sword technique that suppresses the opening of a swordsman. As long as you break through to revered sword artist and stop cultivating the revered berserker sword technique, you can become a swordsman in an extremely short period of time. I will break through in the shortest time possible. Gu Duxing's eyes shone. He gritted his teeth and said, no matter the cost. Chu Yang nodded and said, this time, going to Great Zhao is not only a matter of business, but also a road of experience. As he spoke, he threw out 5 sabers and swords. Along the way, don't use your own weapons if you can. These are prepared for you. The 5 people were stunned. And this sword and this saber. Chu Yang took out 2 more sabers and swords and said, they also belong to the category of divine weapons. However, these 2 divine weapons are prepared for the great Zhao Jianghu. I want this sword and saber to stir up a storm of blood in the great Zhao Jianghu. Moreover, after stirring up a storm of blood, all the grudges and grievances will be gathered in the capital. The 5 people shuddered at the same time. The 5 of them were all experienced people. How could they not know the power of this stack of weapons? If this news were to spread, the capital of Great Zhao Jianghu would be filled with people of the Great Zhao Jianghu in an instant. GMO and Rue Butong, you 2 go first. As the vanguard, bring this saber to Great Zhao. Along the way, if you can fight, if you can kill, kill. In short, you must cause the biggest commotion. When you reach the capital, find an opportunity to throw this saber out at the most chaotic time. GMO and Rue Butong looked at each other and nodded. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. These 2 people weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. They were extremely daring. Chu Yang had chosen these 2 as the vanguard to make the best use of them. Dong Wushang and Luo Ku Di will be the second wave. Bring this sword, and your mission will be the same as GMO and Rue Butong. Chu Yang said lightly. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. Luo Ku Di's face turned bitter. Luo Ku Di was always joking and active. Traveling thousands of miles with a block of wood like Dong Wushang, he would probably be bored to death. This was Chu Yang's choice. Their personalities complemented each other. Luo Ku Di was lively, liked to stir up trouble, and was bossy and domineering. In Butong couldn't control him. If Luo Ku Di and GMO were together, Chu Yang could guarantee that these 2 lawless people wouldn't be able to reach the continent capital. Other than Gu Duxing, only Dong Wushang could take down Ming Luo Ku Di steadily. I will go with Gu Duxing. Chu Yang ignored Luo Ku Di's resentful gaze. The 2 of us will be the 3rd wave. We will go empty-handed. When you arrive, don't wait for us. As long as there is a disturbance and it reaches a certain level, you can return to the clan on your own. Chu Yang added. Then, what about Imo Tianyun? Dong Wushang suddenly raised his head. I don't want to touch Imo Tianyun for now. Chu Yang said lightly. When it's time to touch him, I will tell you. His eyes flashed with a strange color. Dong Wushang nodded slowly. When you return to the clan, go to the Imo clan and accompany Xiao Wu. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Her days in the clan will not be easy. If you can get her out, do your best to do so. GMO will be the main force in this matter. GMO patted his chest and said, Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely go. Chu Yang nodded and relaxed a little. He said, also, when I see you again, if I catch up to any of you in terms of cultivation, haha, don't blame me for being rude. GMO and Luo Ku Di called out at the same time, Big brother. Their hearts were sullen. With your flying speed, how can we be sure that you will not catch up to us? It's settled then. During this period of separation, your main task is to improve yourselves in all aspects. Also, don't forget that you are all people of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang's eyes were deep. He said slowly, I look forward to the moment when we can roam the upper 3 heavens together. Chapter 228. Isn't it just Great Zhao? Is it very far? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Chu Yang, you little bastard. Don't let me confirm your identity. At that time, even if the ancestor protects you, I will beat you 8 times a day. The man in blue gritted his teeth and snorted. He waved his hand, and the big rock in front of him turned into dust. He angrily flew away, however. He still admired him a little. This guy could foresee that he would come. This kind of intelligence was not Si Xiaoka. If he really is my nephew, then he is really an interesting guy. Unconsciously, he had some expectations for Chu Yang, beyond the Heavens sect. The weather is really cold. Little martial brother, why don't we have a drink? Wu Yunliang wore a black fox fur coat and came to Purple Bamboo Garden. During this period of time, Wu Yunliang would come over to visit. Meng Chaoran liked peace and quiet. He was annoyed by this sect master, but there was nothing he could do. He tried to chase him away several times, but he could not. Not interested. Meng Ran sat in the purple bamboo forest. Purple bamboo and white snow complemented his black hair and white robe. He looked handsome but lonely. No problem, I am interested. Wu Yunliang sighed and rubbed his hands. Come, tell me about your good disciple. Haha, you did not expect that your precious disciple would become such a famous person in such a short time, right? Wu Yunliang knew that Meng Ran looked like he did not care about anything, but once he talked about Chu Yang, he would immediately become excited. Now that he had reformed beyond the heavens sect a few times, he had made a few martial brothers treat him like that. Seventh martial brother Kong Jing Feng was not here. He had sent him out. Junior martial brother Bao Quang Lei was also not here. He had sent him to Iron Cloud. Now, the only person left in Beyond the Heavens sect who could talk to him was Meng Ran, who did not care about anything. Why talk about Chu Yang? Meng Ran pretended to be unhappy. Haven't you talked so much these past few days? Wu Yunliang secretly curled his lips. Sure enough, when he talked about his precious disciple, he became more talkative. Chu Yang is really not simple. Why don't I have such a disciple? Wu Yunliang sighed. The corners of Meng Ran's mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Cough, cough. Want to have a drink or two? Niao Yunliang took the opportunity to ask. I really don't know what to do with you. Meng Ran nodded helplessly. He then turned around to prepare the dishes. You clearly want to hear me praise your disciple a few more times, but you actually look unwilling. Niao Yunliang cursed in his heart and called out, why don't you just let your little disciple cook a few dishes? Do you have to do it yourself? Tan is in closed-door training. Meng Ran sighed. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned Tan. Now that he mentioned Tan, he really felt helpless. Ever since Chu Yang had left, Tan didn't have any other fun apart from looking in the mirror every day. He only practiced martial arts. He was a training maniac. Meng Ran had reprimanded him several times, but Tan had always agreed on the surface but disobeyed on the inside. So, he turned around and went back to practice martial arts. Left with no other choice, he smiled foolishly and said, Master, don't you think I've become more handsome these few days? Only the heavens knew how Meng Ran felt. Looking at Tan's extremely abstract face and hearing these narcissistic words, Meng Ran could only wave his hand and say, go and practice martial arts. Don't ask me. Every time you ask, it's a torture for me as your master. If he told the truth, he was afraid of hurting him. If he didn't tell the truth, he was really choked. Ever since Tan obtained the divine chi gathering fish, he basically didn't stop practicing martial arts. Even Meng Ran was surprised by his progress. These few months, Tan had been making rapid progress. He had already broken through to 5th grade martial artist. Moreover, under the transformation of the divine chi gathering fish, Meng Ran was surprised to find that even Tan's aptitude was imperceptibly changing. Meng Ran had a feeling that his life's pride was having these two disciples. Meng Ran naturally knew why Tan was practicing so hard. Tan wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible so that he could help Chu Yang. As long as Tan had this kind of motivation, how could Meng Ran not support him? After a while, Meng Ran came back with a few dishes and 2 jars of wine. Eldest martial brother, next time you come, can you not come empty-handed? Every time you come, you have to carry a mouth on your shoulders. My little brother's finances are very poor. Wu Yunliang rolled his eyes. As long as you go down the mountain and find your treasured disciple, you will definitely be able to bring back a mountain of gold. A rich man like you still has the face to complain about being poor in front of me. Haha, his skin is really thick. Meng Ran squinted his eyes in satisfaction and smiled. He then opened the clay seal of a jar of wine with his palm. Then, he said while pouring wine, eldest senior brother, you've been roaming the Jianghu for so many years. But, have you ever seen someone as strange as Tan? I have never seen someone with such a personality. Wu Yunliang took a sip of wine. If I had seen him, I would not have forgotten. Even in my dreams, I would have been scared awake. Meng Ran sighed. He frowned and looked at the deep snow on the ground. After a while, he said, these days, it seems to be a bit chaotic. I don't know why, but I always feel very depressed. Depressed? That's right. Wu Yunliang coldly snorted and said, "Recently, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother have been sneaking around. Old brother and eighth brother have been swinging left and right. Little Marshall brother, have you ever thought that our Beyond the Heavens sect would end up like this?" Wu Yunliang laughed self-deprecatingly. "It's because you have been too harsh on them." Meng Chao Ran sighed softly. "You took advantage of the intersect competition and used it against the third and fourth brothers' main disciples. Both sides suffered great losses. Some of them even died on the spot. You made all the efforts they had spent to train their disciples go down the drain. If they didn't have any resentment, how could it be possible? But you also know why I did it." Niao Yunliang said seriously, "You should know that last time, I wanted to do the same to them. But considering the years of friendship, I did not have the heart to do it. Only killing a few of them was already lenient. I hope they will repent soon, eldest Marshall brother. You don't have to be so hypocritical when talking to me." Meng Chaoran raised his head and looked at his senior Marshall brother. "I know you did it for the good of the sect. I also know what they did. But you did not do it because you had a goal and you were not sure. It was not because you cared about affection. So in the future, don't talk about affection." Wu Yunliang smiled awkwardly and said gloomily, "Youngest Marshall brother, no matter what, I am still the sect master." "Ah." Meng Chao Ran sighed. "Have you ever seen such a thick-skinned sect master?" Wu Yunliang coughed twice and said, "Youngest Marshall brother, there is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Meng Chao Ran was very vigilant. "What do you think of my daughter Qian Qian?" Niao Yunliang looked at Meng Chao Ran nervously. "Not bad. That child is not bad. Good aptitude, good temperament, good looks, and good figure." Meng Chao Ran was not stingy with his admiration for Niao Qian Qian. Haha. Wu Yunliang's face lit up with joy. "You see, Qian Qian and Chu Yang. Do they match?" "This." Meng Chao Ran twirled his beard and frowned. "Eldest Marshall brother, you and I do not need to worry about the matters of the younger generation. Plus, the two of them are not here. For this kind of matter, we need to ask for their opinion." He paused and said, "Even though Chu Yang is my little brother, I cannot make decisions for him." Wu Yunliang sighed and said, "All right, I won't force you. If I have the chance, I will ask Chu Yang." "I say, you are a really boring master. Chu Yang has no father or mother. You can make all the decisions for him, but this is a matter of the younger generation. Without Chu Yang's approval, I will not make any decisions for him." Meng Chao Ran coldly snorted. "If something goes wrong, it will be a lifetime of pain. I do not want my little brother to be in pain for the rest of his life." "All right." Niao Yunliang was silent for a while and said, "Youngest Marshall brother, I have something to ask of you. You have a lot of things to do today." Meng Chao Ran rolled his eyes. "If there is a change in tea at Beyond the Heavens sect," Niao Yunliang said seriously, "Youngest Marshall brother, you do not need to worry about me. You need to escape with Tan Tan as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Meng Chao Ran smiled deeply and said, "It seems that something is going to happen at Beyond the Heavens sect?" "Yes. There are two big sects, Godly Saber Pavilion and Black Blood Union. There are also some mysterious experts rushing towards Beyond the Heavens sect." Niao Yunliang said seriously, "This time, Beyond the Heavens sect will face a tough battle." "Tough battle?" Meng Chao Ran stood up. His body was as straight as a sword. He said thoughtfully, "Eldest Marshall brother, what do you mean? What happened this time around was completely unexpected. Furthermore, it came so suddenly." Niao Yunliang said slowly, "Therefore, I suspect, this time, Diwu Qingro is venting his anger. He does not want to destroy Beyond the Heavens sect. The main target of the two big sects should be you and Tan Tan. Because of Chu Yang's actions in Iron Cloud, Diwu Qingro suffered heavy losses. Therefore, dealing with you is the same as dealing with Chu Yang." Wu Yunliang's expression was serious as he said, "Therefore, I want you and Chu Yang to hide for a while." "Hide for a while?" Meng Chao Ran was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, "Eldest Marshall brother, I am afraid that it is already too late to hide." "Yes, it is indeed too late." A cold voice suddenly sounded. The voice was sonorous, like the sound of metal clashing. Wu Yunliang's face froze. He immediately relaxed and said with a smile, "Which friend has come?" That voice said, "Black Blood Union greets Master Niao." Immediately after, another voice came from the left. Godly Saber Pavilion's little brother greets Master Wu. With a schwa sound, two figures appeared from the front, back, left, and right. A total of 8 people formed a circle. The two on the right were dressed in black and had long swords at their waist. They were the people of Black Blood Union. The two on the left were dressed in red and had long sabers on their backs. They were the people of Godly Saber Pavilion. The 4 on the front and back were dressed in white and had sharp eyes. One of the white-clothed men laughed and said, "Elder Brother Ming has discovered us as soon as we arrived here. This is indeed beyond my expectations." He sighed in admiration and said, "Ming Chao Ran, isn't he King of Helchu's master? Amazing, amazing." 1. Ming Chao Ran said casually, "I do not know what you are talking about. It doesn't matter if you know it or not. Today, you are going to die." The man in white behind him had a murderous look in his eyes. With a clang sound, a long sword appeared in his hand. "Ming Chao Ran, your disciple killed so many of our people. Today, you will pay with your life." Chapter 229. Ming Chao Ran frowned and raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as swords. "So it is, people from Golden Horse Riders Department." Senior Ming's eyes are indeed sharp. One of the men in white smiled coldly. "Unfortunately, smart people don't live long. Haha, if you want me to pay with my life, you need to show some sincerity." Ming Chao Ran smiled indifferently. "Just talking is not enough." As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and took a step forward. "Wu Changfeng, Wu Qingyun, there are only the two of you here, and you can be considered acquaintances. What, aren't you going to introduce yourselves to us?" The two people he called out were 2 thin men in black from Black Blood Union. Their faces were very similar. They were a pair of brothers. "Brother Ming, we are also very unwilling to make an enemy out of you, and even more unwilling to kill you. However, we can't do anything about that disciple of yours." Wu Changfeng twirled his beard as he spoke hypocritically. "Brother Ming, you don't need to delay and wait for reinforcements. Beyond the Heavens sect's first garden has already been attacked." Wu Chengyun smiled evilly. "It's just that we are taking special care of Brother Ming." Then, the two brothers smiled and looked at Wu Yunliang and Ming Chao Ran in front of them. They wanted to see panic or anger on the two's faces. That would be a matter of joy and worry for them. However, Ming Chao Ran's expression was indifferent. Even his eyes did not change. Wu Yunliang's face was still gentle. His eyes seemed to be smiling like spring water. He did not care at all. "Aren't you worried?" Wu Chengfeng asked in surprise. "Is there any use in worrying?" Wu Yunliang smiled casually. "People who deserve to die will die. Sooner or later, they will die. You will die if you are worried. You will die if you are not worried. With your intelligence, do you understand what this sect master is saying? You are courting death." The two Wu brothers shouted angrily at the same time. "You are indeed worthy of being an important person of Beyond the Heavens sect. Let me introduce myself. I am Sun Jian. This is my younger brother Sun Feng. We are both 5th grade Saber Great Masters of Godly Saber Pavilion," he said in a clear voice. "Gentlemen, don't. This brother is truly a master." Wu Yunliang dragged out the word "don't" and said in a strange tone. Sun Jian and Sun Feng's faces turned the same color as their clothes. "As for these 4 from the Golden Horse Riders Department, there's no need to introduce them." Ming Chao Ran casually said, "The 4 of you are revered martial artists. You really think highly of us." "Wrong." A voice laughed softly. "How can 4 revered martial artists deal with King of Helchu's master? At the very least, there should be 8 of you." Following this voice, another 4 white-robed men slowly walked in from outside. 3 men and 1 woman. 8 revered martial artists and 4 zone-level experts. Meng Chao Ran and Wu Yunliang's pupils shrank. If there were only these people, the 2 of them were confident that they could escape. However, among the 4 people who had appeared at the end, 2 of them had powerful auras. They were peak martial honorables. Of the 2, Wu Yunliang had the highest cultivation, but he was only an 8th grade revered martial artist. How were they going to fight this battle? Little martial brother, how many years has it been since the two of us joined hands against an enemy? At this moment, Wu Yunliang let out a long laugh. His mood suddenly soared. What? Could it be that big martial brother is interested today? Meng Chaoran smiled faintly. How about we join hands and fight again today? Wu Yunliang stroked his beard and smiled. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all the good wine you brought out. All right. Meng Chaoran chuckled. Big martial brother is really a drunkard. How about this? Kill one person and drink 1 cup. How about it? The two brothers laughed at the same time. Their laughter was relaxed and carefree. Facing a powerful enemy, the two of them did not seem to care at all. Go. Kill Meng Chaoran. The leader of the black-robed revered martial artists waved his hand. His eyes emitted a cold light. At this moment, from the peak of beyond the heavens sect came the sound of battle cries. In the direction of the main peak, there was already billowing black smoke rising to the sky. Meng Chaoran and Wu Yunliang stood side by side. Their faces were calm and emotionless. Wu Yunliang gave Meng Chaoran a meaningful glance. Where's your disciple? Meng Chaoran frowned. Not out yet. Wu Yunliang raised his left eyebrow. Once the battle starts, quickly take your disciple and run. Meng Chaoran's expression did not change. Good. They had been martial brothers for decades. They did not need to speak to each other to know what the other meant. Meng Chaoran understood Wu Yunliang's meaning. The enemy's target is you. Diwu Qingro still needs me to complete his plan. Therefore, I will be fine. As long as you run away, I will be safe. At this moment, a strange sound came from the room with a bang. A dense aura suddenly dissipated. Meng Chaoran and Wu Yunliang frowned. This is the aura of a breakthrough. Tan Tan had broken through at this critical juncture. The quality of a martial artist. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause for celebration. But now, under the watchful eyes of 8 revered martial artists and 4 martial great masters, a small martial artist's breakthrough was not worth mentioning. Instead, it brought about a fatal disaster. Oh, there is another person? He broke through at this juncture? The leader of the revered martial artists in white had a faint smile on his face. He is really determined. The door creaked open. Tantan pushed open the door and came out. In a daze, he ran over. Master, I broke through again. He suddenly stopped and said in a daze, guests came? Wu Yunliang's mouth twitched. This bastard. He came out at the wrong time. With your breakthrough, it is possible that your humble father's life will also be broken through here. Motherfucker, this place has already started to go all out, and you still call for guests. Even if you don't have good eyesight, the price should not be this high, however. Meng Chaoran knew the power of his disciple. He secretly praised, Good disciple, you came out at the right time. Sure enough, the 12 people turned around at the same time. With one look, their eyes widened. My uncle, there is actually such an ugly person in this world. This person was quite young and had a childish look on his face. He was wearing a white coat with a red floral pattern and a pair of purple shorts. In such a cold weather, the hairs on his calves were exposed, like weeds growing out of them. He wore a refined scholar's hat on his head. As for his appearance, it was exactly like a poem. One ear is big, the other is small. One ear is fanned forward, the other is pulled back. One eye is big, the other eye is small. One eye is like a copper bell, the other is triangular. One eyebrow is thick, the other is thin. One eyebrow pierces the heavens, the other is propped up on the ground. The bridge of his nose is like a jade pillar, completely separating the two eyes. His face is comparable to a silver platter, and his cherry lips are truly alluring. As for the sound, it lingered in the air for 3 days. It was as if a starving wolf was raping a male duck. Furthermore, the male duck was crying out miserably. The hungry wolf was also howling like it was about to give birth to a female duck. The 12 people shuddered at the same time. In this world, there is actually such a weirdo. He saw so many people staring at him, but he didn't realize that he was in danger at all. His first action was to pull out a mirror from his bosom with a schwa sound. He looked left and right and said happily, No wonder you guys are looking at me with such adoration. It turns out that I've become more handsome. With a gulp, the 14 people swallowed their saliva at the same time. The only female revered martial artist almost vomited. She pointed at this monster with a trembling finger. You, you, very handsome, right? Tantan raised his hand and flipped his hair in a charming manner. He winked and said, Beauty, it is a pity that you are a little old. Otherwise, I might have… Hee, you know. This female revered martial artist was so angry that her eyes turned black. She finally stomped her foot, evil creature. But at this time, Meng Chao Ran, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. His white robe flashed, and he rushed out from the crowd like lightning. Fleeting snow cloud steps was fully used. Snow accumulated in the clouds. It was frightening in the sky. It was neither advancing nor retreating, especially when the 12 people were stunned at the same time. It gave Meng Chao Ran an excellent opportunity. The moment Meng Chao Ran made his move, Wu Yunliang's body spun. The snow in the sky spread out with a puff sound. The snow around him was scattered into the air. This time, he poured the power of the golden body into it. Within a radius of 300 to 400 feet, there was no one to be seen. The 12 martial artists cursed at the same time and chased after Meng Chao Ran. They were full of regret. Why were they stunned just now? This was not their fault. The main reason was that Tantan's appearance was too unexpected. It was true. The 12 of them swore in their hearts at the same time. Even if they saw a ghost in the dark, they wouldn't be stunned or even blink their eyes. But this person in front of them, not fainting, was already quite good. Everyone realized, not only can being beautiful be used as a weapon, being ugly can also be used as a weapon. Moreover, it was still devastatingly beautiful. Meng Chao Ran flashed past like a meteor amidst the shouts of people. He grabbed Tantan's waist with his left hand. Then, he didn't stop. He immediately turned his head and faced the 12 people who were rushing towards him. He rushed towards the purple bamboo forest. At the same time, a cold aura flashed. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was still fleeting snow cloud steps. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that Meng Chao Ran wanted to take his disciple and leave immediately. They used all their strength to chase after him. Who would have thought that he would come back? The sword light flashed like lightning in the snowy fog. 2 blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky. Then, bright flowers of blood scattered in the fog. 2 explosive sounds were heard. Meng Chao Ran let out a muffled groan. Then, he grabbed Tantan and broke into the purple bamboo forest with his sword. Go! Wu Yunliang shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, in the snowy fog, there was the sound of palms hitting each other. More than 5 people groaned at the same time. Immediately after, the snow in the purple bamboo forest flew out like an avalanche, mixed with the dreamy and illusory purple bamboo. How dare you! The middle-grade martial saint roared furiously like thunder in the clear sky. Suddenly, a huge force spread out. The snow in the air flew up as if it had met with a hurricane. The scene was clear and bright. Chapter 230. In the purple bamboo forest, the purple bamboos were still swaying. The purple bamboos were still floating in the air like rain. However, Meng Chao Ran and Wu Yunliang had already disappeared without a trace. On the battlefield where everyone was fighting, the ground was covered in blood and flesh. 2 people were lying on the ground, Black Blood League's Wu Chengfeng and Wu Chengyun brothers. Every single one of them was killed with a single blow to the throat. Among the remaining 10 people, Sun Jian and Sun Feng's faces were pale with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. 2 other revered martial artists from Golden Horse Riders Department were also pale with disheveled hair. The female revered martial artist's face was red. She vomited blood. The 2 sides only made contact for a moment. Meng Chao Ran desperately tried to break through the encirclement. Everyone tried their best to stop him. Wu Yunliang tried his best to stop him. They all tried their best to break up immediately after contact. This kind of unbelievable result was produced. The revered martial artist from Golden Horse Riders Department glared at Sun Jian. His eyes were as big as copper bells. It was as if he wanted to swallow Sun Jian alive. Didn't you say this Meng Chao Ran was only a martial great master? A martial great master. Last year, I was... Sun Jian panicked. He was also puzzled. A martial great master facing 8 revered martial artists. Could he break through? So fierce? Even though he had the advantage, it shouldn't be. Fuck your bullshit. Go to hell with your martial great master. The revered martial artist of the Golden Horse Riders Department was so angry that he slapped him hard in the face. He pointed at the mess on the ground and roared in a low voice, "Your revered martial great master is so fierce? Damn. A martial great master facing 8 revered martial artists and 4 martial great masters could kill 2 of them. Then, he fought with the others until both sides were injured. How could he escape? Are you blind or blind?" Sun Jian was hit so hard that he danced and spun in a circle. The sky was full of stars. He covered his mouth and mumbled, "No, no, the facts are in front of you. Why can't you fight?" The revered martial artist kicked him away. Trash? Chase. Both of them are injured. They definitely won't be able to escape far. The revered martial artist from the Golden Horse Riders Department waved his hand, and the 8 of them chased into the purple bamboo forest. There was one thing that this revered martial artist did not say. In the snowy land, he did not know if it was Wu Yunliang or Meng Chao Ran, but the result was that his wrist was almost broken. Even now, his palm was still numb. His chest was also aching. That was why he was so angry at the false report. However, he didn't know that these 2 saber grandmasters of the Godly Saber Pavilion were telling the truth. Meng Chao Ran was a martial great master a year ago, or even half a year ago. However, Meng Chao Ran discovered that his progress had become even faster after he had obtained Chu Yang's body refining method. In fact, it seemed as if his progress would never end. In fact, his cultivation had increased by 1 grade in just half a year. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. The current Meng Chao Ran was already a 5th grade revered martial artist. Moreover, his martial power was much purer than other revered martial artists of the same level. Even Wu Yunliang had increased his cultivation to 8th grade revered martial artist thanks to him. The Golden Horse Riders Department's operation this time was arranged by Jingming Hun. He specifically sent 2 revered martial artists and a 3rd grade revered martial artist to carry out this mission. Based on the principle of a mountain smashing a mosquito, 1 strike was enough to shatter Meng Chao Ran's body and bones. However, they definitely did not expect the situation to take such a turn. Even so, the strength of the 8 people from the Golden Horse Riders Department far exceeded Meng Chao Ran and Wu Yunliang. The situation was still not optimistic. The purple bamboo forest was like an ocean, and the white snow was like a desert. 2 figures were running as fast as they could. "How are you?" Wu Yunliang asked in a low voice as he ran. "I suffered some internal injuries." Meng Chao Ran's face was flushed, but his eyes were still firm. "Me too." Wu Yunliang snorted. "I did not expect these people to be so difficult to deal with. Even when they were out of our expectations, they still managed to injure both of us. If they were fully prepared, I am afraid that today we would have. Little martial brother, when you find a safe place, you hide inside and do not come out." The main meaning of Ji Yunliang's words was the last sentence. He knew Meng Chao Ran's temperament and also knew Meng Chao Ran's feelings for Beyond the Heavens sect. If Meng Chao Ran was impulsive and jumped out, it would be over. "I know the severity of the situation," Meng Chao Ran snorted. "But what about you? After this incident at Beyond the Heavens sect, I will wait until spring comes and the flowers bloom before heading to Iron Cloud." Wu Yunliang said, "Regarding this matter, let those who are not firm disperse first. Otherwise, they will be a disaster. Plus, we cannot protect them right now. If they disperse, then our Beyond the Heavens sect will only be left with those who are against separation and those who are loyal to the sect. Wouldn't that be?" Meng Chao Ran suddenly staggered and immediately steadied himself. Earlier, when he used his long sword to kill the 2 great martial artists, he also exchanged a palm strike with the revered martial artist. His internal organs were shaken and his injuries were not light. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Wu Yunliang frowned. "You are still trying to show off." He took Tan Tan from Meng Chao Ran's arms and ran while holding him. Behind them, they could already hear the sound of shouting. The pursuers were getting closer and closer. What is this? Wu Yunliang felt as if he was touching something round in Tan Tan's arms. A fish tank, Meng Chao Ran said in a low voice. Tan Tan raised a fish. Raised a fish? Wu Yunliang almost cursed it out loud. At such a critical moment, he is still holding a fish tank? Is this not courting death? He reached out to throw it away. This is the divine qi gathering fish. Meng Chao Ran rolled his eyes. You want to throw it away? Wu Yunliang's hand retracted as if he had been electrocuted. Even though he was running against the biting cold wind, his eyes were still wide open. Divine qi gathering fish. It is this treasure? Why else do you think Tan Tan and I, master and disciple, could improve so quickly in half a year? Meng Chao Ran snorted. No wonder. No wonder. Wu Yunliang sighed again and again. So there is such a treasure. Not bad, not bad. At such a time, he suddenly exclaimed. Could it be that this little guy came out to scare people on purpose? Otherwise, why would he bring the divine qi gathering fish out? You think my disciple is stupid? Meng Chao Ran sighed helplessly. This sect master's head really needs to be kicked. He has become so muddle-headed. Behind them came the sound of something breaking through the air. The friction between clothes and the air created a popping sound. Obviously, someone had caught up. I will stop him. You go quickly. Wu Yunliang shouted in a low voice. He suddenly used his strength and threw Tan Tan's body away. Tan Tan flew forward like he was riding the clouds. He hurriedly said, No matter what, we cannot let Chu Yang get hurt because of you. You must know the importance of this matter. He had not finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. He spun on his toes, creating a whirlwind of snow. His body flew backward like a hurricane. Meng Chao Ran did not look back. His body flew forward as if his feet did not touch the ground. When Tan Tan's body was about to hit the ground, Meng Chao Ran grabbed him and quickly ran toward the cliff. At this moment, he did not have time to say anything to Wu Yunliang. But who was more important? Both of them knew. The foundation of Beyond the Heavens sect could be thrown away. Their lives could be thrown away. But Chu Yang could not be hurt because of Meng Chao Ran. The consequences of being hurt in the heart would be enough to cause Chu Yang to suffer a crushing defeat in the battle against Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro did not send people to kill Meng Chao Ran just to vent his anger. If a person is blinded by hatred, even if it is a normal decision, he will lose his composure. For King of Hell Chu, this was fatal. Once Chu Yang was defeated, Beyond the Heavens sect would no longer have a chance to rise again. And Iron Cloud's millions of people would fall under the iron hooves. Therefore, even though Meng Chao Ran was not afraid of death, he could only run. The entire Beyond the Heavens sect was in flames, but Meng Chao Ran could not go in any of these directions. This time, Golden Horse Riders Department was the main force to kill Meng Chao Ran. Black Blood League and Saintly Saber Pavilion were all out to besiege the other bases of Beyond the Heavens sect. Behind him, Wu Yunliang's angry shouts were getting farther and farther away. The sound of clothes fluttering in the wind was faintly heard from all directions. The distance to the cliff seemed to be unreachable. Master, put me down. You can run a bit faster. Tan Tan did not dare to struggle. He hurriedly begged, Put me down. Put me down. Master, I beg you. Meng Chao Ran's palm hit the back of his neck. Tan Tan immediately fainted. Meng Chao Ran ran as fast as he could. His eyes showed a determined look. He thought to himself, if I, Meng Chao Ran, abandoned my own little brother, would I still be Meng Chao Ran? With this thought, a wave of arrogance rushed up from his chest. At this moment, his speed increased by a lot. However, the enemy behind him had also discovered his tracks. He is over there. Quickly chase him. If you kill Meng Chao Ran, you will have done a great service to the Prime Minister. Cut off Meng Chao Ran's head and show it to King of Hell Chu. This is the result of opposing our Golden Horse Riders Department. Haha. I wonder what King of Hell Chu's expression will be like at that time. I think it will be very interesting. Meng Chao Ran coldly snorted. He turned a deaf ear to these voices that were deliberately trying to distract him. He only focused on running. Even though he tried his best, he knew that he would not be able to reach the cliff before being caught up. None of the people chasing after him were weaker than him. If it was one-on-one, he would not be afraid. If it was one-on-two, he might be able to handle it. But if it was one against so many, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Could it be that in the end, he would have to die here? Chapter 231. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the cold wind was howling. Snow started to fall again, and it got heavier and heavier. Eventually, the whole world was covered in white. Novel Meng Chaoran's expression was indifferent, but his heart couldn't help but think of a figure at this moment, a face full of love. Choo-choo. Meng Chaoran's body didn't stop, but his heart was in pain. Will I never see you again? Scenes of the past suddenly flashed through his mind at this moment. Wind and rain can't wash away the scars of the heart, and the vicissitudes of life can't extinguish the wounds of love. Don't speak of eternity lightly. Only when separated can one see the desolation. Meng Chaoran's mind entered a wonderful state. Although his body was running at full speed, the wind and snow hit his face, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. Everlasting memory, pledge of eternal love. I would rather seek everlasting love. A spring dream in this life. I watched Jun Qingwu soar. On the road of 3 lives, I sang the roots of love. A lifetime of bitterness, I shared it with you. Don't promise each other. My heart was broken. Heaven, our souls sailed together. Unknowingly, Meng Chaoran's face became sad, and persistent. The morning dew and the morning rush, difficult to meet in heaven and earth. Cut off the night of heaven, life and death in my arms. Choo-choo, I haven't cut off the night of heaven. I can't die. Softly reciting the oath he made 20 years ago when he was forced to separate from his beloved wife. Meng Chaoran's heart suddenly surged with a fierce force. Ye family, you said I'm not worthy of your family's young miss, and forcibly separated us. I haven't taken back my wife. How can I die? If I die, won't you be satisfied? If I die, what will happen to Choo-choo? Meng Chaoran roared, and his speed increased again. The few people chasing behind him were all in disbelief. Although the cultivation of the person in front was similar to theirs, he was already injured. His internal organs were shaken, and he was carrying a person of more than 100 pounds. They couldn't catch up? What kind of logic was this? Logically speaking, even if he risked his life, he should be dead by now, right? Everyone was puzzled, but they still accelerated to catch up. His silhouette flickered and disappeared in a flash. Behind him, the snow fell and covered his footsteps. Snowflakes filled the entire sky. Chu Yang and Gu Du went on the road at top speed. They had been walking for 7 days. Chu Yang had been somewhat taciturn during this journey. The two of them cultivated as they walked in the snowy land. Time passed extremely quickly. Chu Yang didn't speak. Gu Duxing was a man who cherished his words like gold. Naturally, he was even more of a taciturn person. For the next 3 days, Chu Yang saw some people using dogs to pull sleds. He thought it was fun, so he also bought a big one. He and Gu Duxing sat on it. 2 healthy horses galloped wildly. It was actually faster than riding a horse. He couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction. Moreover, the snowy ground was flat, so the two of them could sit on it and cultivate. Just like that, they finally arrived at the wilderness on this day. Seeing that it was already late, they chose a call and led the horse in. Gu Duxing built a wall of snow, and Chu Yang used the power of ice to condense the wall. After entering, it was actually warm and comfortable. One more day, and we will arrive at my sect, beyond the heavens sect. Chu Yang leaned against the snow wall and squinted his eyes. How is the scenery? Gu Duxing was rarely in high spirits. Why don't we go up and take a look? I also want to go sightseeing. Of course, Gu Duxing wasn't sightseeing. He just saw that Chu Yang was a little homesick, so he added fuel to the fire. This feeling of returning home was the most heartwarming. Chu Yang must be very eager to see his master and junior brother. Well, when you see my junior brother, you must be calm. Chu Yang thought of Tan Tan and couldn't help but laugh. With my willpower, there aren't many people who can scare me. Gu Duxing looked disdainfully. Well, Duxing, How far do you think GMO and the others can go? Chu Yang pondered and asked. Don't worry. They are far inferior to you when it comes to wits and schemes. But when it comes to causing trouble and stirring up trouble, even if there are 100 of you on horseback, you won't be as good as these playboys. Gu Duxing said with certainty, I dare to bet that before you even reach the province, this wave will sweep through Great Zhao. He paused and said, and this is in such cold weather. If it was a warm spring day, those 4 people would definitely be able to poke a hole in the blue sky. Chu Yang tilted his head and thought for a while. He said, you are right. Especially GMO and Luo Ku Di. These 2 people are simply the ancestors of causing trouble. The 2 of them are just causing trouble. It's nothing much. Gu Duxing sighed. You are still wrong. I dare to bet that when Miao Butong left, he only had 100 taels of silver on him. But when he reaches the province, he will definitely be a millionaire. If he doesn't, I will jump into the latrine to take a bath. That bad asterisk SS? Chu Yang's eyes widened. During this time, because of you, he didn't do anything in Ironcloud Citadel. He hasn't stolen anything in almost 2 months. He is about to go crazy. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes. I see. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered Ironcloud Citadel, he disguised himself as the great thief Ma Tuo. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. As for Dong Wushang, under normal circumstances, this guy doesn't cause trouble. But when he does, someone will definitely die. Gu Duxing sighed. When Dong Wushang attacks, there are no survivors. I am really curious. How did Dong Wushang's father come up with this name? Could it be that when the little meatball was just born, he could tell that his nature was bloodthirsty and just named him Wushang? What a talent! Chu Yang sighed. Talent? Dong Wushang? I am talking about Dong Wushang's father. This kind of ability to not know the future is really amazing. If the name was given through the belly, then it would be even more amazing. Chu Yang sighed. So when Dong Wushang causes trouble, it is basically the kind that will not stop until one of us dies. Gu Duxing said with a headache. Look at how you are so compassionate. Chu Yang said strangely, could it be that you, Gu Duxing, are not like that? May I ask, revered Sword Gu, how many survivors have you had under your sword? Gu Duxing opened his mouth and was stunned for a while. Then he said with shame, so there are no survivors under me. Chu Yang was speechless. During this period of time, Gu Duxing had successfully broken through to first-grade revered sword artist. He was feeling proud of his success. He also stopped cultivating the revered berserker sword technique. When Chu Yang was comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Gu Duxing successfully joined in. He actually got a free ride and directly broke through to the peak of first-grade revered sword artist. This fortuitous encounter made Gu Duxing and Chu Yang a little dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe it. Under Chu Yang's coaxing and pestering, he extorted a set of revered sword artist cultivation methods from the sword spirit. Now, he was thinking of what kind of person to lend to Gu Duxing. After all, each of these extremely mysterious things that he took out could cause a commotion in the continent. But he could continuously take out, and this matter was not easy to explain. Boss, tell me about your junior martial brother. What kind of tragic appearance does he have? Gu Duxing could not sleep at night. He could not help it. These days, he was too excited. Haha, this small. Chu Yang beamed with joy and said excitedly, speaking of which, in the middle of the night, Gu Duxing cultivated for a while and suddenly asked, Chu Yang, GMO went to Great Zhao to find that person. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Why do I keep having this feeling? What feeling? Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. I keep having this feeling that there is someone behind Diwu Qing Ro. Gu Duxing pondered and rubbed his temples. These days, I have been thinking about the conflict between Butian Pavilion and Golden Horse Riders Department. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Diwu Qing Ro does things with the style of a clan. Style of a clan? Chu Yang's expression became serious. This was a field that he did not touch upon. When Gu Duxing mentioned this feeling, Chu Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Simply put, Diwu Qing Ro is using a method that accommodates heaven and earth. He is using the method of a true clan to settle the disputes between the countries of the continent. He strives to make everything simple. Gu Duxing said seriously, for example, every big clan has a secret hall. It is the epitome of Golden Horse Riders Department. It specializes in dealing with things that are inconvenient and not honorable. The most obvious thing about Golden Horse Riders Department is that it is controlled by a single person and not by the government. Gu Duxing said seriously, this is a completely different place from the Imperial Court. It is also the biggest difference between Jianghu and the Imperial Court. But Diwu Qingro has perfectly integrated it. The first reason is that Great Zhao's ruler is weak, but the most important reason is Diwu Qingro's background. Gu Duxing said slowly, you should realize that, in a general sense, no matter how weak a king is, he will not be helpless against a prime minister. No matter how powerful the prime minister is, for such a situation to occur, there is only one possibility. That is, the control of a huge power. And it is not that this ruler cannot go against Diwu Qingro, it is that he cannot go against this power. Gu Duxing said slowly, this is only my guess. Chu Yang frowned and started to ponder in silence. Diwu Qingro came from a clan? Was there someone controlling the battle in the lower three heavens? These were all questions that Chu Yang had never thought about. Gu Duxing came from a clan. If it was anyone else, they would not have considered this question. However, Gu Duxing had completely put himself in Chu Yang's shoes and looked at this matter from another angle. So he came to a different conclusion. From this angle, it was somewhat beyond Chu Yang's scope of understanding. But Chu Yang faintly felt that this was not without reason. All of this was waiting for him to prove it. The next morning, the sky was dark and gloomy. The cold wind whistled and became softer and softer. After walking for less than 100 miles, it actually started to snow. Moreover, it was getting heavier and heavier. Slowly, it covered the sky and the earth, making it seem like a hazy snow was falling. The whistling cold wind mixed with the snowflakes blew against their faces. It almost froze their mouths and noses. There is actually a fire in such heavy snow? Chu Yang raised his head suspiciously and sniffed. Gu Duxing also raised his head and said thoughtfully, it should be on the mountain nearby. Looking at the direction of the wind, it should be in front of us. It is on fire. This smell, the smell of fire is quite strong. It should not be a forest fire. It should be a building. Chapter 232. Something happened to Beyond the Heavens sect? Gu Duxing was startled. Chu Yang had already whipped the horse pulling the sleigh. The horse neighed and started to gallop. If something happened to Beyond the Heavens sect, then the target would be my master and my junior martial brother. Chu Yang's face was as cold as water. He snorted and said with fire in his eyes, in Beyond the Heavens sect, other than these two people, no one can harm me. You mean? Diwu Qingro is taking revenge? Gu Duxing suddenly realized. It should be. Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. His eyes were full of worry. Meng Chao ran and Tan Tan. These were two people Chu Yang could not afford to lose. Calm down. Gu Duxing grabbed his shoulder. Even if Diwu Qingro is taking revenge, with only the two of us going, what's the use? If Diwu Qingro wants to deal with your master, how can the two of us martial great masters deal with him? Even if we can't deal with him, we still have to go. Chu Yang snorted. His eyes slowly calmed down as he pondered. We have to think of a foolproof plan. Gu Duxing's face was as calm as ice as he pondered. From this period of contact, Chu Yang had two major weaknesses. One was his master, the other was his junior martial brother. Something happened to Beyond the Heavens sect. Even if Chu Yang forced himself to calm down, he would not be able to. Thus, at this moment, he must be calm, and he must think of a solution for Chu Yang. If he became impulsive like Chu Yang, then it would really be over. Blizzard, forest, Beyond the Heavens sect, cold wind. Gu Duxing sat on the sleigh, frowning as he pondered. How can we resolve this crisis? There is also purple bamboo garden. Chu Yang quietly interjected. Between his eyebrows, a storm of tyranny was forming. No matter what you do, first, your face cannot be exposed. Second, you cannot face the enemy head-on. Gu Duxing said seriously. Third, You must save the people. Although that was the case, seeing that the smoke was still able to reach this place despite the heavy snow, Beyond the Heavens sect was definitely in a precarious situation. You are right. Chu Yang flipped his hand and two white robes appeared in his hands. Wear them. In a snowy land, white clothes are the most inconspicuous. As he said this, he took out a medicine bottle from his bosom and reached out his hand. With a poof, he messed up Gu Duxing's hair. Under the influence of his elemental energy, the medicine powder was sprinkled on Gu Duxing's head. Gu Duxing's black hair actually turned into the same color as his clothes. Rub some dirt on your face too, Chu Yang said as he poured the rest of the powder on his head. Then, he stood up and changed out of his clothes in a few moves. He put on his white clothes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had become two white people through and through. It was as if he was invisible in this snowy land. Then, Chu Yang took out a small package from an unknown place. He opened it and began to put it on his body in handfuls. They were shiny and sparkling. They were all strange hidden weapons. They were like the eyes of a demon in the cold night. Where did you get so many strange things? Gu Duxing was dumbfounded. These things, almost any one of them, is a kind of hidden weapon that can take away one's life, and it's the kind that is extremely sinister. Chu Yang actually prepared so many. You don't know how to use these. I will use them. Chu Yang was busy as he put the last few exquisite short zais into his waist. The next moment, he shook his hand and two zais appeared. Don't use your black dragon for now, lest you expose your identity. Use this first. Chu Yang held the other, Shi, in his hand. Feeling the murderous aura and ruthless spirit in his heart, the Shi sword suddenly let out a whoosh sound and shook in Chu Yang's dantian. Then, it rushed into the Shi sword in Chu Yang's hand with a violent aura of dusk that could wreak havoc in the world. The tip of the zais was not to be outdone. It immediately occupied its position. Zais. The zais in the zais suddenly let out a sharp cry. It was full of murderous aura, as if telling its master, "We are ready." The cry of this zais gave Gu Duxing a big shock. He couldn't help but stare at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open. His hands did not move, his body did not move, and he did not circulate his qi, but the Changshi automatically rang in the evening scabbard. This was the Emperor-level aura of Shika. Emperor-level sunset potential. How can Chu Yang have such powerful strength? Furthermore, at this moment, Gu Duxing clearly felt a kind of sunset and tint that wanted to pierce through the blue sky. As a guest of the sunset, Gu Duxing knew very well that this kind of sunset was unstoppable. It was the fiercest sunset in the world. He wanted to say something, but he saw that Chu Yang had already slowly closed his eyes. A surge of sunset energy was constantly emitted from Chu Yang's body. Then, it was gradually absorbed by the eternal sunset sheath. Slowly, it formed a cycle of sunset energy. It surged in the air like it was slicing apart the cold wind piece by piece. A bloody, murderous aura was trembling more and more excitedly. Under the influence of this strong aura of dusk, Gu Duxing suddenly felt that the aura of dusk that had accumulated in his body was suddenly activated. The black dragon dusk let out a clear cry, and Gu Duxing felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. His mind was like a clear stream flowing in an instant, and also like a sharp lightning suddenly striking down. Boom! Gu Duxing clearly heard that a barrier in his heart was broken, and a cold aura of dusk suddenly came out of his body. Shika. From now on, Gu Duxing had truly stepped into the ranks of Shika. It was another free ride. Gu Duxing was speechless. Such a powerful surprise made his body and soul suddenly filled with fighting spirit and fighting spirit. The strong horse galloped, and like a light smoke on the snow, it instantly went far away. The two people on the snow sleigh were like two divine suns that had been unsheathed, pointing at beyond the heavens sect. Everyone who saw them along the way felt a chill from head to toe. There was still 3 more hours to reach beyond the heavens sect. Master, you have to hold on. You have to hold on. Chu Yang's heart was screaming. At this moment, he wished that he could grow a pair of wings. Along the way, large swathes of land were left behind. Meng Chao Ran gasped for breath, and felt that his throat was like a bellows. Although his eyes were still calm and indifferent, his face was already as red as blood. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he had already circled around this mountain forest with the enemy for no less than 4 hours. But he still could not get close to the cliff that he wanted to go to the most. Over there was a way to escape in a snowy day. The reason why it was called a snowy day was because of the specific environment. Under the cliff, there was a cave that led to the outside of the mountain. But in a snowy day, no one could see it, especially in this valley, where the snow was more than 10 feet high. As long as he reached the cliff and jumped into the deep valley, there was a thick layer of snow, and his life was not in danger. As long as he had one breath, he could find the entrance to the cave from under the snow and hide in it, or escape directly, or just hide inside the cave. These were all safe methods. After all, this cave was dug by Wu Yunliang, Meng Chaoran, and Kong Jingfeng. Even in Beyond the Heavens sect, not many people knew about it. But now, the enemy seemed to be aware of his plan. They were chasing him, and some even threw out their swords to prevent Meng Chaoran from going to the cliff. They did not know what was there, but if Meng Chaoran insisted on going, they would not let him go. Meng Chaoran's body was covered with more than 10 scars. This was the result of several encounters and battles to the death. Wu Yunliang moved like the wind and met Meng Chaoran several times. Then, the two brothers separated again. But no matter what, as long as Meng Chaoran was in extreme danger, Wu Yunliang would desperately rush over. But sometimes, manpower was exhausted. At this time, the two of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Tan Tan lay unconscious in Meng Chaoran's arms. There were no scars on his body. Meng Chaoran was still holding his disciple tightly, not letting him suffer the slightest injury. Tan Tan was such a coincidence. Ordinary people would feel their hair stand on end just by looking at him, but Meng Chaoran, this master, was showing extreme love. Even if the whole world looks down on you, they don't want you. You are still Master's treasure. With Master here, you are safe. Meng Chaoran was using his actions, using his own life to illustrate this sentence. With a whoosh, a figure appeared behind him like lightning. Meng Chaoran's eyes were as calm as water. He suddenly leaned to the side and used fleeting snow cloud steps. His body flashed a few times. Every time he flashed, it was out of people's expectations. His hand was like a snake in the evening, reflecting the light of the stars in the snow. Ding ding ding. Meng Chaoran held evening with one hand. In this moment, he had already exchanged dozens of moves with the enemy. His body retreated diagonally. The opponent was a revered martial artist. It was not easy for him either. After a long chase, he had used up too much of his strength. He was panting like an ox and his face was purple. After all, he was not like Meng Chaoran, who was born and raised in Beyond the Heavens sect. Great Zhao's climate was much better than here. How could it be that when he arrived here, it was windy and snowy? At first, he did not feel anything, but gradually, he began to feel suffocated in his chest. A tired but excited laugh sounded. Meng Chaoran, let's see where you can run now. In the direction Meng Chaoran was retreating, two people in white suddenly appeared. One on the left and one on the right. They rushed over. 3 revered martial artists. 2 were first grade and 1 was second grade. They formed a triangle and squeezed Meng Chaoran in the middle. There was no way to escape. Desperate situation. Meng Chaoran's expression suddenly calmed down. He no longer dodged, nor did he try to escape. His 2 feet were like nailed ships, suddenly nailed to the snowy ground, like a deep abyss and a mountain peak, motionless. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered with wounds. But when he stood there, he was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. This kind of imposing aura made the 3 enemies not dare to move forward. Instead, they revealed a nervous expression and cautiously took a step back. The 3 of them knew that Meng Chaoran was finally going to fight with his life on the line. Calm opponents, no matter if they were pretending or really calm, they had seen many of them. But an opponent like Meng Chaoran, who had been so calm from the beginning to the end, was the first time they had seen one. From the moment they saw him, the expression in his eyes had not changed. Even when he was in despair, it still had not changed. It was still the same indifference that looked down on everything. This was a kind of bone-deep calmness and indifference. It was the loneliness and pride of the soul. The three of them dared to bet that they had never seen such a person in their lives. At this moment, this person had assumed a posture of fighting with his life on the line. He was still calm, indifferent, and elegant. However, it made the three of them feel a chill in their hearts without prior consultation. Meng Chao Ran smiled calmly. He slowly raised his head as if there was no one else around. He used his burning face to welcome the ice-cold snowflakes fluttering in the air. He felt the refreshing coolness invading his soul. He exhaled a long breath. It seemed as if he was sighing. It seemed as if he was relieved of a burden. Then, he loosened his hand, and Tan Tan's body gently slid down to the ground. He lowered his head, and gently looked at the autumn water like Changxi in his hand. His gaze was persistent and affectionate. His figure stood tall in the wind and snow. He was lonely and proud. He was detached from the world and independent. His whole body was covered with wounds, and his clothes were tattered. But that kind of calm and unrestrained elegance was still in his bones. It was a kind of nobility that would still exist even if his body was smashed to pieces. The three people surrounding him suddenly had a strange feeling. They felt ashamed of their inferiority. The three of them could kill him, but they had a strange feeling at this moment. We don't deserve to kill him. The evening light flickered and flowed. His body was sparkling like a living creature. It seemed as if it was resonating with his heart and soul. It seemed as if they were partners who had entrusted their lives to each other. They were communicating with their souls and making preparations before the battle. Meng Chao Ran faintly smiled. He gently flicked his finger on the soil on Changxi's body. Changxi issued a dragon cry and started to tremble. The sound of a dragon's cry and a tiger's roar shook the snowy sky. It revealed an intense, murderous aura. Meng Chao Ran's waist suddenly straightened. It seemed as if a sword had suddenly been unsheathed. He raised his head. The loneliness and coldness in his eyes had completely changed into a sharp aura of the evening. It had completely fused with Changxi's hand. The aura of his entire body shook with a loud bang. The aura of the evening splashed in all directions. He didn't move, but it seemed as if a bomb had exploded with a loud bang. The snow under his feet flew up as a result of his aura. Then, it flew out in all directions. Meng Chao Ran's head was covered in dirt. His black hair suddenly flew up and fiercely stood upright. It danced fiercely in the white snow. He recited the evening, "Wind and rain can't wash away the scars in the heart. The vicissitudes of life can't extinguish the wounds of love." In the midst of his indifferent recitation, Meng Chao Ran's eyes emitted a fierce divine light. He suddenly jumped up and soared high into the sky for 7 feet. He sighed and said, "Don't speak lightly of the ancient times." His figure and Changxi turned into a shining dragon in the sky. The evening light was resplendent and burst. It shot high into the sky. Only when separated can one see the desolation. When Meng Chaoran recited these 4 lines, it was as if he was bidding farewell to his past, to his life, to his lover, and to his regrets and pain. Although he was unwilling, but this evening he was determined. His face was still calm and indifferent, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of sadness and heart-wrenching pain in his eyes. It was accompanied by a kind of eternal loneliness. It merged into the evening light. The vast and mighty power of the evening, with a momentum of no return, flew across the sky. This was a night where life and death were decided, but it carried a kind of heart-wrenching and soul-shattering feeling. Chapter 233. Go. Kill him. The 3 people shouted at the same time. They pulled out their swords and rushed forward. Just now, although it was not long, they did not take action. This caused Meng Chao Ran's aura and sword energy to reach the peak in an instant. Now that the sword energy was complete, its power was even greater. For them, this was something that should not have happened. When facing an enemy, it was necessary to interrupt the opponent's accumulated aura. Only then would it be beneficial to one side. But this time, not only did they allow the opponent to complete his aura and sword energy, they did not feel any regret. Facing such a sword attack, someone was bound to be injured, but they did not regret it. This was a very strange state of mind. Although the opponent did not speak from beginning to end, his calmness, and persistence had already attracted their respect. The three figures flew forward to greet him. Junior martial brother. In the distance, Wu Yunliang's hair was disheveled as he desperately rushed forward. Behind him, the revered martial artist and the other person who had besieged him were also in a difficult situation. They were limping. Meng Qiaoran did not seem to hear anything. The corner of his mouth had an indifferent smile as he flew down with his sword. The sword light was resplendent as it crashed down. At this moment, the four sword lights suddenly collided. They collided. The sky suddenly emitted a bright light. Once the four people collided, it was like a huge bomb had suddenly exploded. Countless sword lights flew everywhere. The blazing light refracted the few people who were rushing over, causing them to involuntarily close their eyes. Meng Qiaoran groaned as he flew back like a kite with a broken string. In the other three directions, three screams were heard at the same time. The four figures retreated back to their original positions almost at the same time. At this time, a bloody mist floated to the ground. Countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground. At this moment, the three people's bodies had dozens of sword wounds. After they landed, they immediately raised their heads and looked at Meng Qiaoran. They did not know why, but until now, they were only concerned about Meng Qiaoran's expression. They did not know if this person's face, which was like a mask, could change after receiving such a heavy injury. They were disappointed. Meng Qiaoran's body was slightly trembling. Blood was flowing out from several places on his body. His long sword was hanging by his side. Hot blood dripped from the tip of the sword. His face was still as indifferent as ever. The way he looked at the three of them was still cold and indifferent. Amazing! One of them laughed bitterly and said, "We have seen many experts with higher martial arts than you. But, Meng Qiaoran, you are the #1 expert in the world to be able to remain so calm. Dying in your hands was not in vain." Ha. He laughed twice, but suddenly a stream of blood shot out from his chest, and he slowly fell down. With a bang, he crashed onto the snowy ground and stopped breathing. There was still a smile on his face. In the battle just now, Meng Qiaoran's sword had already pierced through his chest. Meng Qiaoran looked on indifferently. He slowly raised his sword and said, "Come." Battle was merely a matter of life and death. The Jianghu was also a path of life and death. To be able to go with a smile is also a kind of realm. He actually took the initiative to issue a challenge to the remaining two enemies. "Junior brother, how are you?" Wu Yunliang rushed over as if he was flying. This sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect was gasping for breath. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with wounds. Even his face had 2 cuts. The remaining 7 enemies surrounded the 2 of them at the same time. Every one of them was panting. "I can still breathe." Meng Qiaoran smiled faintly. He looked at Wu Yunliang with less indifference and more concern. Meng Qiaoran's eyes would only change when he was facing his own family. He would not be moved by anyone else. Wu Yunliang gasped for breath. He coughed and laughed. "Amazing. Humph. If you want to make a move against my Beyond the Heavens sect, how can you not pay a price?" Ha. We can still afford this price." The middle-grade revered martial artist who was chasing after Wu Yunliang snorted. He tried to suppress the feeling in his chest that was about to explode. He sneered. "If King of Hell Chu breaks down because of this, no matter how much we have to pay, it will be worth it." "Break down?" Meng Qiaoran muttered to himself in a mocking tone. He said confidently, "My disciple will never break down. Go." The middle-grade revered martial artist waved his hand. "Be careful." Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. On the ground, a pile of snow moved. Then, Tantan crawled out in a daze. He stood up and looked around. His eyes went from dazed to sober in an instant. Then, there was grief and anger. He jumped up. Without saying anything, he pulled out his sword and formed a defensive formation with Meng Qiaoran and Wu Yunliang back to back. The one facing him was the female revered martial artist. Seeing Tantan's strange face with a serious expression, she could not help but feel disgusted. With a shout, the battle broke out again. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing quietly sneaked into Beyond the Heavens sect. Along the way, under the guidance of Chu Yang, who knew the way, no one knew. After running for a while, they saw a field of purple bamboo in front of them, swaying in the wind. This is Purple Bamboo Garden. Chu Yang carefully moved forward. There was a battle here. Chase. Chu Yang took the lead and chased after the traces left behind. In the purple bamboo forest, there were traces of a battle every few meters. In some places, there were blood stains that were not covered by the snow. Chu Yang's face became more and more serious. The blood here has not coagulated. When they were almost at the purple bamboo forest, Gu Duxing reached out his hand and touched it. In this kind of weather, the blood had not coagulated. This meant that the battle had just ended and there was still hope. Chu Yang relaxed and increased his speed. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in front of them. It seemed that someone was also running hard. The sound of panting could be heard clearly. What should we do? Should we attack together? Or should we return to the sect? Return to the sect? Are you kidding? This matter is not over yet. Too scary. One of them had a lingering fear. Who would have thought that the two people from Beyond the Heavens sect would be so strong? Let's quickly catch up. Otherwise, that bastard will get angry again. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He quietly moved forward. He saw two red-robed men trudging through the snow, trying their best to move while talking to each other. People from Godly Saber Pavilion. Chu Yang snorted. He lowered his right hand and two short swords appeared in his hand. The next moment, he shook his hand and the two swords turned into two shooting stars. Puff, puff. The two of them only let out a single scream before they fell onto the snowy ground. They were already at the end of their rope. How could they guard against an attack from behind? Chu Yang's body flashed, and he was already there. He grabbed one of them by the hair and lifted him up. Of the two people, only one was fatal. The other was only seriously injured. He wanted to ask something. People from Godly Saber Pavilion? Chu Yang only asked one question and then stopped. The person in front of him was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. The dagger only pierced his waist. Normally, it would not be fatal. However, Chu Yang did not know that there was a wound in front of his body. It was caused by Wu Yunliang's sword. At this moment, both his front and back were injured. The sword wound connected and he died. Bad luck. Chu Yang threw the body on the ground. There are sounds of killing over there. Gu Duxing pricked up his ears and listened quietly. Poison. Two white shadows rushed out like lightning. After walking for a while, a strange howl suddenly came from afar. Chu Yang's body trembled. His face showed a strange expression. Gu Duxing also showed a strange expression. Ow! I say, big sister, don't hit my face. A male duck with a wolf-howling voice said angrily, such a handsome face. Won't you feel bad if you break it? It's Tan Tan's voice. Chu Yang said excitedly. Gu Duxing's coffin-like face twitched. He was really curious. How narcissistic did one have to be to say such powerful words in such a life-and-death situation? The two of them carefully crept over. They saw several people fighting fiercely in the distance. The three people who were besieged and in imminent danger were Wu Yunliang, Meng Chaoran, and Tan Tan. Looking at the blood splattering everywhere, Chu Yang's face twitched. Meng Chaoran and the other two had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. They could die at any moment. Calm down, Chu Yang told himself. Then he made a gesture to Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing quietly nodded and slowly lowered his body. Chu Yang squatted down and suddenly exerted force. His body was close to the ground. Just as he moved, Gu Duxing's two palms were full of force and fiercely slapped his feet. Normally, this kind of measure would be useless. But now, the ground was covered with snow. With a whoosh, he quickly slid away. White clothes, white robes, white hair, and white eyebrows. It was like a small bump on the snow, moving quickly. The people in the fierce battle seemed to have heard something. But when they turned around, all they could see was white snow. They could not see anything. Even though Meng Chaoran and Wu Yunliang were still working hard, their hearts were already filled with despair. They knew that they were like a lamp without oil. They could not hold on much longer. The reason why the enemy did not increase their attacks was to minimize their losses. In any case, the terrain here was open. If someone came, they would be able to see. Plus, the three of them did not have the strength to break out of the encirclement. Tan Tan angrily roared and fought with the female revered martial artist in front of him. This female revered martial artist was much taller than him, but she was injured earlier and had fought with Wu Yunliang several times in the snow. She had lost 70% of her martial power. Plus, this was a high plateau. It was extremely cold. The female body was even more uncomfortable. She could not take down this guy in a short time. What angered her the most was that this ugly bastard cherished his face very much. He would rather take a sword to his shoulder than let his face be cut. Big sister, I beg you. If you want to kill me, please don't cut my face. Tan Tan felt that there was no hope. He cried and begged, I still have not found a wife. The female revered martial artist almost fainted after hearing this. At this moment, she suddenly saw an unimaginable phenomenon. She could not help but cry out in alarm. Chapter 234. This revered martial artist instinctively felt the danger. He rushed forward and blocked with his long sword. A sword light flashed as he continued to attack. Everyone who saw this sword could not help but exclaim in their hearts, brilliant. To be able to react like this while being caught off guard was already at the peak of perfection. He was firmly in an invincible position. This sword was very clever. Everyone was confident that if there was an enemy behind Wu Yun, even if it was a king-level master, this sword could block it. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Cha! With a slight sound, the two swords collided. The revered martial artist's sword was cut in half like a piece of paper, and that sword continued to chase after him at an even faster speed. Puff! The revered martial artist suddenly stopped running. His eyes were empty and filled with despair. In front of his chest, a bright flower of blood suddenly bloomed. Among the snowflakes, there was a cold, gleaming sword tip. This revered martial artist was perplexed and in disbelief. He looked down at the sword tip sticking out of his chest where his heart was. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. Whoosh! The moment the sword tip came out of his chest, it disappeared in a flash and was suddenly pulled back. And that strange person in white had already turned into a blur with his sword in the wind and snow, crashing into the other revered martial artist. Behind him, the earthly revered martial artist who had just slashed powerlessly clutched his chest and slowly fell down. His movements seemed to have been frozen in slow motion. Behind him, the mysterious white-robed man's movements were as fast as lightning. One was fast and one was slow. It was a stark contrast. Only one sword was accurate and ruthless. It directly cut off the life of an revered martial artist. Big brother. The remaining revered martial artist roared. He suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, Bastard! I will kill you. He threw his sword away from Wu Yunliang and crazily rushed forward. However, at this moment, the blurry white figure suddenly retreated with a whoosh. He was clearly trying his best to run forward, but at this moment, he suddenly retreated. It turned out that all his movements were retreating, but in the eyes of others, he was clearly moving forward. This was a kind of extreme movement technique used to deceive people's eyes. Moving forward and retreating, moving forward and returning. Meng Chao ran, and Wu Yunliang both exclaimed in their hearts, too familiar. Fleeting snow cloud steps. But this kind of fleeting snow cloud steps was beyond the scope of what the two of them could understand. The middle-grade revered martial artist let out a thunderous roar and rushed forward recklessly. However, at this moment, on the snowy ground behind him, another white shadow suddenly exploded. The sword was like a clap of thunder. It still went straight for his back. There were actually two such white-robed men, not just one. The sword of the white-clothed man in front of him had already let out a thunderous roar and crashed into the chest of a revered martial artist beside him. Together with the sword, madly colliding, the middle-grade revered martial artist was extremely frightened as he yelled and attacked with his sword. However, this person did not even try to dodge. With a schwa sound, the sword pierced into his abdomen. However, the revered martial artist and his sword had already been sent flying out of the revered martial artist's body, leaving behind a trail of blood. That's right, he had knocked his way out of his opponent's body. His white robes were dyed red, and there was an almost transparent bloody hole in his lower abdomen, which was pierced by his opponent's sword. Stand still in the snow. His body was covered with pieces of the middle-grade revered martial artist's internal organs. Behind him, the middle-grade revered martial artist was only left with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. His entire body, from his neck to his lower abdomen, had completely disappeared. It had turned into a big hole. Even a wild animal would be able to crawl through such a big hole. The eyeballs on the middle-grade revered martial artist's head turned, and he fell to the ground with a plop sound. His empty body fell to the ground and broke into 5 pieces. Head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. His body was gone. The middle-grade revered martial artist behind him roared with red eyes and rushed forward. However, halfway through, he suddenly let out a miserable cry. With a peub sound, the tip of a sword came out of his chest. The tip of the sword flashed and disappeared. He suddenly shouted and fiercely slapped back. The person behind him who was retreating also slapped back. With a bang, the white-robed man flew out like a kite with a broken string. The middle-grade revered martial artist's front and back, where his heart was, blood was crazily spurting out from 2 wounds. He laughed bitterly and muttered, "Another one! Another one!" Nobody understood what he meant, but he had already fallen down. His 2 legs kicked twice, and then there was not the slightest movement. In a flash, 2 middle-grade revered martial artists and 1 middle-grade revered martial artist had died on the spot. Everything that had happened in an instant was like the rise of a rabbit and the fall of a falcon. Everyone had an illusion. Even if they had eyes all over their body, they would not be able to see everything clearly. The heavens and the earth were silent. Even the sound of breathing had stopped. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stood there dumbfounded. They only felt that their minds were in chaos. They did not dare to believe it, especially the revered martial artists of Golden Horse Riders Department who had the absolute advantage a moment ago. They were all dumbfounded. The enemy was like a lamp that had run out of oil. They were just unwilling to pay the price and slowly torture them to death. At this moment, this place was an empty mountain forest. Even if the enemy sent reinforcements, they would be able to see them at a glance. At that time, it would not be too late to kill them. After all, everyone had been fighting and chasing for so long. Regardless of the enemy's side, everyone had exhausted their strength. Even the middle-grade revered martial artists were near the point of exhaustion. If they could save a bit of energy, they would save a bit of energy. If they were too hasty, it was very likely that they would be dragged down by the enemy. At this point, who would be willing to be a scapegoat? After all, with every passing moment, the enemy's strength would weaken a little. Right now, they could not even hold their swords steadily. Everything was under control. They were only waiting for the final blow to end this mission. After returning, they would be rewarded with high positions and generous salaries. Moreover, they would be able to deal the greatest blow to their biggest enemy, King of Hell Chu. It could be said that if King of Hell Chu collapsed, Great Zhao would win the war between the 2 countries. Everything would be laid down by today's battle. The impact of this battle would be indescribable. Who would have thought that under such a favorable situation, the situation would suddenly change? Just as their hearts were filled with joy, they were suddenly thrown into the abyss. 2 middle-grade revered martial artists had become 2 corpses in such a short period of time. They had died so unjustly and so easily. The middle-grade revered martial artist was even more miserable. In an instant, his body had been turned into a tunnel by the enemy. A sound came from afar. Everyone stiffly turned their heads to look. They saw that the person who had sneak-attacked the 2nd middle-grade revered martial artist had already stood up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, his body was as straight as a javelin. He walked over step by step with his back straight. As he walked closer, everyone could clearly feel a cold light flickering from his sword. It was as if he wanted to cut through everything as he slowly approached. A swordsman. It turned out that this was a swordsman. A revered level swordsman. No wonder he could sneak attack a middle-grade revered martial artist. This person was wearing white clothes and had white hair. His face was also snow white. Even his eyebrows were snow white, the same color as his body. Even if he was standing right in front of them, they could not clearly see his appearance. At this moment, the white-clothed person who had appeared earlier slowly turned around. Now, he had become a person wearing red clothes. It was even harder to see his appearance. However, his sharp eyes and aura clearly told everyone that he was also a swordsman. A swordsman? At this moment, everyone from Golden Horse Rider's department felt like crying. How many swordsmen were there in the lower three heavens? Normally, it would be rare to meet a swordsman. But now, when they were exhausted, two swordsmen had appeared at the same time. This kind of thing made everyone speechless. Although the two of them were injured, their aura did not decrease in the slightest. If Tantan was included, the situation would be completely reversed. Meng Chao Ran's side had 5 people, while Golden Horse Rider's department side had 4. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage. Tantan's mind relaxed. He only felt pain all over his body. There was no strength left in his body. He sat down and fainted. He had already exhausted his strength. He could only bitterly support himself so that he would not fall. Now that his mind was relaxed, how could he continue to support himself? Wu Yunliang looked at the two white-clothed people suspiciously. In his memory, there were no such two people. Where did these two people come from? Why did they help him? But no matter what, he was temporarily out of danger. Meng Chaoran calmly looked at the enemy and said casually, "Do you still want to continue?" His words gave the enemy a strong hint. This is an ambush that I have already prepared. You've walked right into my trap. The 4 revered martial artists of Golden Horse Riders department looked at each other. They were in a dilemma. Meng Chaoran said casually, "We have no grievances. Today's battle is over. If you do not want to die here, then I will not send you off." "This is your trap? You have already prepared it?" The female revered martial artist asked incredulously. "It can be considered so." Meng Chaoran said ambiguously, "I just did not expect such a coincidence." The reason why Meng Chaoran said this was because he recognized the identity of the other person. Although he could not see the person's face, Meng Chaoran recognized him from his eyes. This person was Chu Yang, his disciple. No matter how Chu Yang changed, how could he hide from Meng Chaoran who had watched him grow up? This recognition made Meng Chaoran instantly make a decision. He and his eldest martial brother had already lost the ability to fight. Originally, their nerves were still tense, but with the appearance of reinforcements, they instinctively let out a sigh of relief. With this sigh of relief, the two of them could barely stand. Not to mention fighting, since it was Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang seemed to have improved a lot, but in such a short time, how much could he have improved? Moreover, although the sneak attack was successful, there was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. This was a fatal injury. If they continued to fight, the severity of the injury would be unimaginable. As for his helper, although he had also killed a revered martial artist, his injuries were also not light. The blood at the corner of his mouth was bright red. It was the blood of his internal organs. If they continued to fight, he would not be able to keep his life. Chapter 235. Even though the other side had already lost 4 people and the rest were injured, they were still stronger than Meng Chao's side. The most important thing was that Chu Yang's identity could not be revealed, and he could not die. But if they fought, even if they won, they would lose at least 2 or 3 lives. Therefore, Meng Chaoran made a decision at this moment. Scare the other side away first. Even though the other side had attacked Beyond the Heavens sect and had a deep hatred for him, no matter what, he had to save his own life first. Meng Chaoran's calmness was at its best at this moment. The other side's 4 people were indeed scared out of their wits. The 2 leaders had already died, and they were all injured. The situation was clear. If they continued to fight, there was only one path: mutual destruction. "Let's go." Looking at Meng Chaoran's group with hatred, the female revered martial artist angrily waved her hand. She did not even pick up the bodies of her companions and turned around to leave. Meng Qiaoran said casually, "Please go back and tell Prime Minister Diwu. Beyond the Heavens sect will remember this." The female revered martial artist coldly snorted and did not reply. The four people disappeared into the snowstorm in a blink of an eye. On this bloody battlefield, there were only 5 people left. Meng Qiaoran watched the others' figures disappear. Finally, his legs went soft and he fell heavily to the ground. He only had time to say, "Chu Yang, immediately. Go to the cliff." He fainted. His face was like gold paper and his breathing was weak. "Chu Yang? You are Chu Yang?" Wu Yunliang opened his eyes wide, looking at this strange person with white hair and white eyebrows. He could not believe it. "I am Chu Yang, martial uncle. I trust you have been well since we last met." Chu Yang held his abdomen with one hand. He tore a piece of cloth from his robe and wrapped it tightly around his wound. "So it really is you." Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh and fell to the ground. He smiled with difficulty. "Immediately do as your master said. We are about to die." Gu Duxing staggered over and coughed. Revered martial artist? So strong. He had been holding on, but his injuries were not light. Meng Qiaoran and the others were exhausted from the fierce battle, but Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had also traveled a long distance to come here. To be able to achieve such a result was already the best-case scenario. After leading Chu Yang and Gu Duxing to a hidden cave, Wu Yunliang's mind was completely relaxed and he immediately fainted. This cave was under layers of snow, and the snow was still fluttering in the air. Everyone's footprints disappeared without a trace in an instant. A few revered martial artists of the Golden Horse Riders Department arrived with a large group of people soon after these people had left, but they didn't manage to catch them. These people were the people from the Divine Saber Pavilion and the Black Blood Union, who besieged the Beyond the Heavens sect. It turned out that this was their plan. They would retreat temporarily and then return with their men. The way they saw it, these people were all seriously injured. Even if they ran, how far could they run? Who would have thought that in such a short period of time after he returned, he had already disappeared? After searching everywhere for a long time, they still didn't find anything. They could only reluctantly retreat. Under the layer of snow, in the cave, Meng Qiaoran and the other 2 had been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Chu Yang helped each of them drink a bottle of Vitality Spring water. Their lives were no longer in danger. However, the 3 of them had lost a lot of blood. Especially, the damage to their divine souls was severe. Their physical strength had already reached its limit. They needed time to recuperate. As for Gu Duxing's internal injury after that palm strike, the extravasated blood was forced out in these 2 days. As for Chu Yang's lower abdomen, it recovered a little faster. However, the sword spirit complained, "There is one thing that I still can't figure out." Gu Duxing frowned and sat cross-legged. He was puzzled and said, "The same sneak attack. The same revered martial artist. The same attack pierced the heart. Why did your attack immediately stop breathing? But mine was still able to turn around and hit me with a palm strike? This shouldn't be." Chu Yang coughed twice and said, This shouldn't be." Gu Duxing couldn't figure it out. "I clearly pierced the heart. Moreover, I also added an invisible sword energy to it. Moreover, my martial power is so much higher than yours. Why?" Chu Yang coughed and said, "Perhaps some people look strange and their hearts are on the right side." He secretly cried in his heart. He thought, "Do I have to tell you that I am the master of the Tribulation Sword? My sword has the sword point and sword edge of the Tribulation Sword on it. It is equivalent to a clone of the Tribulation Sword. How can it be compared to your ordinary sword? I am not talking about this. Do you think I don't even know if I pierced the heart?" Gu Duxing said gloomily, "That is a different feeling. I am not that stupid. What I mean is, it's only right for him to return and give me a slap, but it's completely wrong for you to die immediately. Why?" Chu Yang looked helplessly at Gu Duxing, who wanted to get to the bottom of this. He said helplessly, "This? How should I know? You should go and ask him." "Fuck." Gu Duxing did not say anything. "Ask him? How? That bastard is already dead." "Okay." On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Wu Yunliang was the first to wake up. It was not until the 3rd day that Meng Qiaoran woke up. Why are you here? The first thing Meng Chao Ran said when he woke up seemed to be very dissatisfied. I was passing by. Cough, cough. Chu Yang laughed. I came to take a look. Passing by? Meng Chao Ran looked at him suspiciously. He clearly did not believe Chu Yang's words, but the joy of seeing his disciple washed away his doubts. Slowly, a smile appeared on his face. He said casually, just now, I was thinking, how would you avenge me? I did not expect that there would be no need for revenge. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. How can you say that there is no need for revenge? Chu Yang snorted and said, Diwu Qingro dared to do such a thing. If I do not make him pay the price, how can I repay Master's 18 years of upbringing? It is good that you are fine. How are your injuries? Meng Chao Ran looked at his disciple with concern. I am fine. Chu Yang smiled and said, Master, you are also fine? Only then did Meng Chao Ran realize that something was wrong. His body was covered with injuries, both internal and external. Normally, even if he didn't die on the spot, he would have been crippled if he didn't die. So, why was he so energetic when he woke up? He could not help but be surprised. Wu Yunliang looked at this pair of master and disciple with jealousy. He snorted and said, Master and disciple are still so clingy. Disgusting. You are just jealous. Meng Chao Ran laughed and said, This is not the style of a sect master. Wu Yunliang snorted and turned his head away. Master, don't guess. It is because of this. Chu Yang handed over a small jade bottle to Meng Chao Ran as if he was presenting a treasure. Meng Chao Ran took it and opened the jade cork. A sweet fragrance came out. He immediately felt refreshed. He could not help but exclaim, Vitality Spring? Where did you get this priceless treasure? I got it by chance. Master is really knowledgeable. You even know this. Chu Yang laughed. This is a gift from your disciple to you. That is not good. You are alone outside. This is what you need the most. What will you do if you give me so much? Meng Chao Ran glared at him. You keep it for yourself? I don't need it. Oh, I have more. Since I am giving it to you, you can keep it. Chu Yang grinned. Master, am I the kind of person who does not prepare anything? Meng Chao Ran was still hesitating when Wu Yunliang reached out his hand. His eyes flashed with admiration. Little brother. Haha, since you don't want it, why don't you give it to me? In your dreams. Meng Chao Ran's mouth revealed a trace of pride. He hugged the bottle tightly to his chest. This was given to me by my disciple. If you want it, go find your other disciples. Wu Yunliang sighed. If I could have such a promising disciple, even if this sect master were to die immediately, it would still be a smile on my face. Meng Chao Ran was very happy and said, Even though I cannot give it to you, you can still come and drink it when you need it. Wu Yunliang frowned and agreed. He thought to himself, Did I not flatter you so much just to say this? This old man is also the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. How could he be such a bootlicker? Whoa, whoa. Tan Tan woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Yang. He rubbed his eyes and cried out in surprise, Chu Yang, why did you come back? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? You. Gu Duxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, suddenly frowned. He helplessly and powerlessly glared at Tan Tan. He tore off a piece of cloth and divided it into 2 pieces to plug his ears. It was really unbearable. Previously, Luo Kudi's woo 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 every day was extremely unpleasant to hear. But now, compared to this Tan Tan, Luo Kudi's voice was simply, the sound of the heavens. Next, Chu Yang, look, haven't I become more handsome recently? Tan Tan stretched out his hand and groped in his bosom. Then, he suddenly screamed, Ah, that be asterisk T broke my mirror. Mirror? Chu Yang's eyes widened. His whole body trembled. Wu Yunliang anxiously asked, The mirror is broken? Then, is the divine Qi gathering fish okay? The divine Qi gathering fish is with me. Meng Chao Ran rolled his eyes. How can I let this little thing fight with it? Wu Yunliang sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. On the other side, Tan Tan had already grabbed Chu Yang and started to talk. In the blink of an eye, he had already talked about today's attack to what happened 3 months ago. From the heavens to the earth, he started to talk about his own appearance. Meng Chao Ran's expression did not change. He stood there motionless. Meng Chao Ran had long become accustomed to this kind of situation. He had honed his nerves to be incomparably calm. Wu Yunliang was listening on the side. He let out long and short sighs. He really admired his junior martial brother. So many years of facing this guy, how did he endure? Even though Gu Duxing covered his ears, he could not completely block out the sound. After listening for a while, he felt his mind was in a mess. This was worse than a heart demon. With this sound next to him, he could not meditate. He let out a long sigh. His eyebrows twitched. He turned his head. Chu Yang, let your junior martial brother heal his injuries. Ever since he woke up, he has only been talking. Chu Yang looked at Gu Duxing in surprise. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh. He patted Tan Tan's shoulder. Brother, you are too capable. To be able to make this piece of wood and ice like this, you are the first person in the entire Heaven Layer continent. Really? Tan Tan's spirit was lifted. He put his face in front of Gu Duxing's eyes. It was as if he had finally met a soulmate after being alone for thousands of years. He was beaming with joy. This big brother. Are you also captivated by my charm? Captivated by my handsomeness? Captivated by my handsomeness? Chapter 236. In the past few days, everyone's injuries had healed very well. For the first 2 days, they relied on Chu Yang's rations. On the third day, Gu Duxing went out to hunt a deer. The 5 of them stayed in the cave and ate a delicious meal. Regarding the current situation of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang was not worried at all. Regarding this, Gu Duxing was very surprised. Your Beyond the Heavens sect has been raided, yet you, the sect master, are still as calm as Mount Tai? Regarding this, Wu Yunliang could only say a few words. Of course, there will be losses, but I have confidence in my second martial brother. Gu Duxing seemed to understand, but he also seemed to not understand. Only when Chu Yang explained did he realize that Li Jinsong was Diwu Qingrou's spy. He could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. However, with this kind of attack, even the ordinary disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect must have suffered heavy losses, right? Gu Duxing said. This is Jiang Hu. Wu Yunliang sighed. I hope this incident will make the younger brothers remember that the sect is not a safe harbor for them. If something happens in the sect, they will still die. Without the sect, they are just wandering souls. Only in a place of suffering can one have a backbone of iron. Although the price is heavy, if one does not pay and bear it, one will not be able to stand up again. Wu Yunliang said this with a deep sigh. Gu Duxing looked pensive. Wu Yunliang's words made Gu Duxing think of himself and Gu Miaoling. Could this suffering of their lives also be a kind of training? Wu Yunliang once asked Chu Yang in a roundabout way after a rest, do you have someone in mind? Yes. Chu Yang answered without hesitation. The corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a doting smile. Wu Yunliang stroked his beard and smiled. In his opinion, Chu Yang had always been working with his daughter in Iron Cloud. If he had someone in mind, who else could it be but his daughter? He did not think that these 2 little guys had already secretly done this, therefore, Wu Yunliang did not ask anymore. Meng Chao Ran's mouth revealed a bitter smile. According to his understanding, the person Chu Yang was talking about was definitely not Wu Qianqian. Meng Chao Ran, who understood his disciple to the bone, was completely certain of this. If it was really Wu Qianqian, then Chu Yang's attitude towards Wu Yunliang would at least be a bit warmer. During these few days of recuperation, Meng Chao Ran was the most gratified, while Tan Sun was the happiest. This fellow basically never shut his mouth once he opened it. Eventually, Gu Duxing didn't find his words unpleasant anymore. Moreover, Tan Tan had a pure heart. So, it would be very difficult to develop evil thoughts towards him as long as they got along with him for a long time. After another day, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing confirmed that Wu Yunliang and the other 2 had recovered from their injuries. Meng Chao Ran didn't ask about his disciple's choice. He only said with concern, protect yourself. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing left the cave under Tan Tan's tearful eyes. Chu Yang's words echoed in his mind. I will wait for you in Iron Cloud. As for the safety of Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan, Everyone decided to temporarily move out of the purple bamboo garden after some discussion. Since Diwu Qingro had acted once, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't act a second time. Temporarily avoiding him was a long-term plan. Chu Yang has changed a lot. His progress has reached a terrifying level. Why are you not surprised at all? You don't ask anything? After Chu Yang and Tan 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 left, Wu Yunliang asked Meng Chaoran. So what if I ask? So what if I don't ask? Meng Chaoran said casually, that is Chu Yang's good fortune. As long as my disciple obtains it, I will not ask how he obtained it. He smiled and turned to look at Wu Yunliang. But if someone wants to steal what my disciple obtained, then I will fight with my life on the line. Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly. Where are you going to hide? Wu Yunliang asked. I want to take Tan Tan with me for 3 days. Meng Chaoran sighed. His eyes revealed a strange expression. If we stay in lower 3 heavens, then we will become Chu Yang's biggest obstacle. Plus, having the divine qi-gathering fish in lower 3 heavens will produce spiritual energy that cannot be compared to lower 3 heavens. It will be very beneficial for Tantan's improvement. You want to try again? Wu Yunliang was silent for a while before asking. No. Meng Chaoran shook his head. His expression was bleak. If I am alone, then I will go. But with Tantan, I will not. When will you hand Tantan over to Chu Yang, or find his biological parents? Wu Yunliang sighed and said, if you leave, I will have one less capable helper. Under these circumstances, me leaving is the biggest help I can give you. Meng Chaoran snorted. When do you leave? Now. The two Marshall brothers looked at each other with deep feelings. After a while, Wu Yunliang turned around and said softly, if you want to leave, then leave quickly. I will not watch you leave. Meng Chaoran sighed deeply. After a while, he said, take care. Take care. Wu Yunliang said quietly. He stood there for a long time. He heard the sound of footsteps behind him disappear, but he did not turn around. After a long time, he smiled and said to himself, little Marshall brother, I actually hope you can fulfill your dream. You have protected Beyond the Heavens sect for so many years. I know how hard it was for you. Now, you have finally made your own decision. You have to walk your own path. He smiled gently. His eyes were filled with deep blessings. I only hope that one day, you and I are still here. We brothers can still sit across each other and drink to our heart's content. At that time, I would already be in my twilight years. He wanted to turn around and watch his little Marshall brother leave. But after turning his head halfway, he held himself back. He maintained a strange posture and left the cave as if he was flying. Let me, alone, face the shattered world of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Yunliang thought silently. His body flashed like lightning, and he left the cave. Purple Bamboo Garden was still filled with purple bamboo, but the people inside were no longer there. Wu Yunliang walked through the sea of purple bamboo. His heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Purple Bamboo Garden was no longer there. Then, Beyond the Heavens sect's first peak garden was finally disbanded. Starting tomorrow, I will go to Iron Cloud. Little Marshall brother, good luck. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing walked leisurely out of Purple Bamboo Garden and out of Beyond the Heavens sect. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Yang looked back. At the top of the mountain, there seemed to be a touch of purple swaying in the sky. It was as if someone was waving their hand reluctantly. Chu Yang did not move for a long time. He had a feeling that after leaving, he would not be able to return to this place for a long time. When he comes back, will this place still be the original Beyond the Heavens sect? Your master is not simple. In the past few days, Gu Duxing had the deepest impression of Meng Chaoran's indifference. It was a kind of indifference that had seen through the world and was not bothered by anything. But there was also a kind of stubborn and persistent indifference. This was an indescribable feeling. My master will take Tantan and leave this place. Chu Yang said disappointedly. Teacher likes purple the most, which is purple bamboo. If he leaves, I am afraid he will be very reluctant. Then do you know, if your master leaves, where will he go? Gu Duxing asked. My master's martial power is not very high. Although he can protect himself in the lower 3 heavens, if he goes to the lower 3 heavens, he will be in danger at every step. Chu Yang slowly exhaled. but I can faintly feel that my master's opportunity to break through should be in the lower three heavens. He has always been looking after us. He doesn't seem to care about anything. But we brothers have always been on Master's mind. He will accompany us and look after us as long as we are happy in the lower three heavens. And he will continue to look after us. And this will continue on forever. But now, when my master finds out that his existence will affect the fate of Beyond the Heavens sect and affect my heart, he will resolutely leave. Unless he does not leave, but once he leaves, he will leave this world. Chu Yang sighed softly. Du Xing, from now on, in the lower three heavens, no one will see my master again. 3 days? Gu Du Xing said quietly. Yes. Chu Yang said, Master will not allow Diwu Qingro to use him to influence me. So if he leaves, he will leave completely. And this is also what I look forward to the most after understanding many things, but also what I am most reluctant to let go of. Oh? Gu Du Xing did not understand. Du Xing, do you know of any big clans with the surname Yi? Chu Yang asked softly. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance. Surname Yi? Gu Du Xing thought for a while and said, As far as I know, there are no clans with the surname Yi in the upper three heavens. However, this could also be because I am ignorant. Chu Yang was a little lost in thought. But in the upper three heavens, there are clans with the surname Yi. Gu Du Xing's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Upper three heavens? Chu Yang suddenly turned his head and looked at Gu Du Xing. The upper three heavens Yi clan is one of the big clans that has dominated the heavens since ancient times. Gu Du Xing's eyes flashed with reverence. It was reverence like looking at a tall mountain. Chu Yang's heart shook. With Gu Du Xing's temperament, he still showed such a look. Then, the power of the upper three heavens Yi clan could be imagined. One of the big clans that has dominated the heavens since ancient times. Chu Yang softly muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with brilliance. He thought of the deep heartache and despair in Meng Chao Rant's eyes. Upper three heavens? Chu Yang murmured. Big clans of the upper three heavens? Hee. What do you want to do? Gu Du Xing sensitively smelled something different. He couldn't help but ask in horror. Nothing. Chu Yang's figure flashed and rushed forward. His voice faintly came from the front. Du Xing, do you want to become the clan master of one of the big clans? Chu Yang, this joke is not funny at all. Humph. In the distance, Meng Chao Rant's expression was calm. He brought Tan Tan and walked step by step into the rolling thunder clouds. Master, where are we going? Tan Tan looked back 3 times with every step. To find your birth parents. Meng Chao Ran said lightly, it is also to go to a magical place. When can I come back? Tan Tan's voice was a little choked. Chu Yang is still waiting for me to help him in Iron Cloud Citadel. You can also wait for him to help you in that magical world, Meng Chao Ran said softly. He turned his head and looked at the vast expanse of snow between heaven and earth. He said softly, eldest senior brother, take care. Chu Yang, take care of yourself. Chapter 237. Chu Yang and Gu Du Xing were walking on the road. They had already experienced 2 snowstorms. 10 more days and we will reach Great Zhao. Chu Yang pointed with his whip and said with a smile. Gu Du Xing nodded silently. Both of them looked very different from their original appearances. They were completely different from their original appearances. Even their body shape, face shape, and the distance between their facial features were all different. Now, even if Wu Yunliang was standing opposite them, he would not be able to recognize that the person opposite him was Chu Yang. As for Gu Du Xing, he was dressed in black. His face was cold and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Other than the difference in his appearance, he had returned to his usual coffin face. At first glance, he looked like a person who kept strangers away. At this point, they were already at the border of the 2 countries. Looking from afar, there were many military banners. A murderous aura soared into the sky. It was as if the millions of brave souls who sacrificed themselves for their countries were still fighting in the clouds. The scenery at the border is indeed different. Gu Du Xing was a little shaken. Yes, if you don't go to the battlefield at the border, No one would have thought that even the air here is filled with the smell of tragedy. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Those who enjoy life in luxury, do they know that millions of bones have been buried here for their enjoyment? Those peaceful lives of men and women are the things that these brave souls yearn for the most. These bones have already been buried underground. Who knows how many parents are still waiting for each other at the beautiful gates? How many beauties are still waiting in their boudoirs, waiting for the return of their husband through the autumn waters? Who would know that the person in their dreams has already vanished? Gu Duxing was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Boss, you seem to be very emotional these days." "This is not emotional." Chu Yang looked at the battle clouds at the border and said, "Perhaps this is the law of the heavens." "The law of the heavens." Gu Duxing looked at the two camps and sighed. "If I were the ruler of the heavens, I would not allow the people of the upper three heavens to interfere with the power struggle of the lower three heavens. Because there are so many people lying here. If an expert were to kill them with a single move, wouldn't these tens of millions of heroic spirits die with everlasting regret?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Compared to the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens, this lower three heavens is more like a real world." Gu Duxing suddenly stopped in his tracks and muttered to himself, "Compared to the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens, this lower three heavens is more like a real world." Suddenly, he realized something. Of course, what Chu Yang had said wasn't the real transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. But wouldn't the people of the lower three heavens see the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields in an instant? Comparing the two worlds, Gu Duxing's state of mind suddenly had a breakthrough in that instant. When he looked at the ordinary battlefield again, a trace of respect rose in his heart. And his cultivation had actually made another breakthrough after 10 days. Second grade revered sword artist. There was a smile in Chu Yang's eyes. Gu Duxing's advancement was truly in line with the word genius. From now on, Gu Duxing's words and actions were closer to the lonely guest of Chu Yang's previous life who had shocked the world. But in this life, he would no longer be lonely. After a long time, Gu Duxing ended his breakthrough. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. He said softly, "Old man, thank you." "It's nothing," Chu Yang said lightly. "The reason why we took a detour and insisted on passing through this battlefield was to let you experience the emotions of this battlefield. Since you've already experienced it and improved, we should hurry on." "How did you know that I would experience it?" Gu Duxing asked, puzzled. "Because the sword that you cultivate is also the emotionless sword Dao." The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. "That's right. But the emotionless sword Dao will never reach the peak." Chu Yang said softly, "This is a detour. But after seeing this battlefield, a kind of realization will rise in your heart, and that is protection. The sword Dao is for protection." Gu Duxing frowned and pondered deeply. "Don't underestimate this realization. After today, your sword Dao has already transformed into the sword Dao with emotions. Because you have the heart of protection, Gu Miaoling's expectations, and all of us brothers, these are all the driving forces of your sword Dao." Chu Yang sighed in his heart. If it was in his previous life, there would also be people who could guide him like this. "Here." Chu Yang threw a book to Gu Duxing, who was deep in thought. "Take a look at this book. Before you reach the king grade, you shouldn't need it anymore." Gu Duxing took it and read. He couldn't help but tremble. Sword Dao of a king? His thin body couldn't help but tremble a little. This was not a sword technique, but the cultivation realization of a swordsman. Every step and every moment was written clearly. This would play an absolutely complementary role for Gu Duxing's sword Dao cultivation. It was tantamount to having a guide on a road of perplexity. It was like a blind person who suddenly had a crutch to guide the way in front of him when he was trekking in the world. Following this cultivation, there wouldn't be any mishaps on the road. And what Gu Duxing didn't know was, this sword Dao of a king didn't belong to anyone. It was a part of the Calamity Sword Spirit's realization. Following this cultivation path, although Gu Duxing's cultivation path wasn't as good as Chu Yang's, it would be the peak of the sword Dao in the entire heavenly realm. After walking for a few more days, the two finally entered the territory of Great Zhao. Slowly, villages and towns appeared along the way, and one after another, rumors began to spread from here. At noon, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing entered a restaurant and ordered a few dishes to relieve their tiredness. The small restaurant was already full of people. Almost all of them were Jianghu heroes with sabers and swords. They were all talking loudly. With the way the two were dressed, they were not eye-catching in this restaurant. They were like water droplets that melted into the sea. But gradually, a piece of news caught the two's attention. Did you know? The heavenly treasure Ask the Heaven's Sword has appeared. What kind of news is this? I already knew. Ask the Heaven's Sword. Legend has it that 8,000 years ago, the martial Saint Ji Wantian's personal weapon. If this. Legend has it that Ji Wantian's martial arts manuals and sword down knowledge are hidden. Sigh. Such a godly item. If one gets it, one will become a martial saint in the future. Oh my God. Ask the Heaven's Sword? Martial saint? Tell me. Waiter, bring another pot of good wine and 2 plates of beef for this table. The conversation at this table attracted the attention of the people at the next table. Immediately, people came up with smiles of exultation. Not long after, the 2 tables merged into one. Yes, this Ask the Heaven's Sword is really a peerless treasure. Legend has it that a few days ago, someone held this Ask the Heaven's Sword. With just a light swing, the sword of Zhang Dahu of northern Zhou was cut into 2 pieces. Then with another swing, Zhang Dahu was cut into 2 pieces. It really is a godly weapon. The people who were talking were full of smiles. Their eyes were shining and their faces were red with excitement. It was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be a martial saint's weapon? The people who were listening were fascinated. When I can see it with my own eyes, my life will not be in vain. That's right. Many people in the restaurant chimed in, each with their own thoughts. I wonder where the master of this Ask the Heaven's Sword is right now. This was the question that everyone wanted to know the most. I don't know. However, this master of Ask the Heaven's Sword, ever since its identity was exposed, every step he took would be filled with thorns. Looking at the traces of killing on the way, he should be heading in the direction of the province. Oh. Many people responded with a meaningful oh, ha. You only know that Ask the Heaven's Sword has appeared? Suddenly, someone laughed and said, do you know why Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint Ji Wantian fell 8,000 years ago? Why the martial saint fell? Many people turned around and saw a man in a black robe, sitting alone at a table with a complacent expression on his face. Please speak. This is embarrassing. Waiter, bring the wine. Bring the best wine. Bring the best dishes. Someone shouted with the spirit of spending money like water. This big brother. Please give me some face and drink a cup. How about it? Good, haha. May I ask? This Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint. Speaking of Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint, he is like a child without a mother. It is a long story. The man in the black robe sighed and said, legend has it that 8,000 years ago, there was a martial saint whose cultivation shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. That was Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint Ji Wantian. However, at that time, Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint Ji Wantian was not the only one who was in the limelight. There was another person? Could he be comparable to a martial saint? At that time, one sword and one saber were equally famous in the heavens. They had been together for hundreds of years and tens of millions of years. The other person was Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huang Quan. The man in the black robe took a big gulp of wine. Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huang Quan. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they did not know who this Underworld Saber Saint was, once they heard that this Saber Saint was as famous as Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint, they were filled with respect. Although they did not know who Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint was before this, what could they say if they did not know? Do you know? The man in the black robe chewed on his beef and drank his wine. Back then, these two top experts were mortal enemies. They could not exist under the same sky. Again? There was such a thing? Of course. Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint and Underworld Saber Saint had been fighting for hundreds of years. Finally, one day, the two of them agreed to a life and death battle. The man in the black robe said, a life and death battle? Yes, It was a life and death battle. The man in the black robe sighed and said, "That battle was truly earth-shattering. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Directly from the upper three heavens to the lower three heavens, dozens of mountains in the upper three heavens were completely flattened. It is the chaotic soul plains of the upper three heavens," the man in the black robe said with reason. Chapter 238. At that time, the two martial saints created a big hole in the upper three heavens and fell into the lower three heavens. Then they fought in the lower three heavens. They sank more than 20 mountains in the lower three heavens. Sank them? That's right, sank them. The black-robed man's expression was solemn and serious. It's the boundless sea of the lower three heavens. Do you know the boundless sea? Everyone nodded like chickens pecking rice. It was as if they had seen the boundless sea before. After the battle in the lower three heavens, the two martial saints finally couldn't take it anymore. With a boom, they created a big hole in the lower three heavens and fell into the lower three realms. The black-robed man described the battle vividly. They fell into the lower three heavens? Nonsense. Otherwise, how did Ask the Heavens sword come out? The black-robed man rolled his eyes. Do you want to listen? If you don't, then I won't say any more. No, 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 no. It's my fault, my fault. Waiter, give me 2 more bottles of wine. After the battle in the lower three heavens, the two martial saints were finally exhausted, but they were still evenly matched. The black-robed man sighed, his eyes blurred. At that moment, Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huangquan finally used his last saber. Immediately after, Ask the Heavens martial saint finally unleashed the last sword of Ask the Heavens sword. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. With a loud boom, the lower three heavens suddenly became like a tsunami. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the sky turned upside down, the clouds changed color, and thunder and lightning struck. The black-robed man looked as if he was about to cry, and the two martial saints died together. Everyone's voices were filled with pity. However, even though the two martial saints died, their sabers and swords were still safe and sound. What's even more miraculous is that Underworld Saber and Ask the Heavens sword absorbed the soul imprints of the two martial saints, and thus created the imprints of martial saints. Do you know what a martial saint imprint is? Could it be? That's right. The black-robed man slammed the table. The life skills of the two martial saints were in Ask the Heavens sword and Underworld Saber. Therefore, for 8,000 years, there was a legend in the world. What legend? Everyone asked anxiously. Ask the Heavens sword, can ask the heavens. I will eradicate the injustice of the heavens. Underworld Saber, Saber immortal, sending you to the underworld with one saber strike. The black-robed man let out a long sigh. His expression was filled with an expression that belonged to a lonely expert. Ask the Heavens sword and Underworld Saber are enemies, but once the sword comes into being, the saber will not be left out. They would definitely show off their abilities and fight it out in this world. This is fate. Could it be? Not bad. The black-robed man sighed and said, everyone only knows that Ask the Heavens sword has appeared in this world, but you don't know that Underworld Saber has also appeared in this world. Plus, there was also a storm of blood along the way. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, the entire restaurant was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This is the calamity of the pugilistic world, and also the greatest opportunity for the people of Heaven Layer. The black-robed man sighed and said, no matter who it is, as long as they have asked the Heavens sword or Underworld Saber, they can open this martial saint imprint. And whoever is able to activate this martial sacred seal will become a martial sacred in a short period of time. Become a martial saint. The restaurant immediately boiled with excitement. Who didn't want to become a martial sacred? Martial sacred? That was a real legendary figure. Since ancient times, how many martial sacred had appeared in the Heaven Layer continent? How many people did not even dare to think about it? How many people, after a lifetime of hard work, could only become a martial master. How many levels were there between martial master and martial sacred? Martial great master, martial revered, martial king, martial king, martial king, martial monarch, martial saint. Each title had a grade, and each grade had 3 levels. Oh my God, I didn't even dare to think about it. Now, there was a shortcut. Just by obtaining a sword and a saber, one could reach the heavens in one step and instantly become a martial sacred. This kind of opportunity, only one was needed to shake the world. And now there were 2. Blood boiling. Blood boiling. Tell us about Underworld Saber. Everyone was even more excited. However, according to legend, anyone who obtains the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber, after being lucky enough to activate the martial sacred seal, must fight with the opponent. This is the obsession of the 2 martial sacred. The black-robed man slowly said, "This matter is very dangerous." What danger? Plus, isn't this something that should be done? Everyone clamored. Even the saber and sword have become spiritual items. Plus, this is the last wish of the martial sacred. After obtaining their inheritance, isn't it natural to do something like this for them? This kind of danger made everyone even more excited. You think? The martial sacred seal of the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber is so easy to activate? The black-robed man rolled his eyes. First, one must obtain either the Heaven's Sword or Underworld Saber, right? Plus, if one is not sincere, even if one obtains the sword or saber, it will be useless. There won't be any reaction. One must be a lucky person to be able to activate the martial sacred seal by chance. This matter is easier said than done. Nonsense. If it was easy, then wouldn't martial sacred be worthless? No matter what, whether it meets the requirements or not, one must obtain it first. Someone stroked his chin with a face full of longing. That's true. I heard that the people who obtained the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber did not have high cultivations. They only relied on their divine weapons. I heard that the entire lower 3 heavens is boiling. Almost all the sects and people of Jianghu are gathering. The black-robed man said, "Sigh, this kind of heaven-sent opportunity, everyone wants it." For a moment, the entire restaurant suddenly quieted down. Everyone was thinking about something. However, there was an uncontrollable urge in everyone's heart. This kind of saber and sword, if they were in my hands, if I could become a legend, if I could wield the Heaven's Sword and fight against Underworld Saber, just thinking about it makes one want to be impulsive. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant who heard this news became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In a daze, they felt as if they were already wielding the Heaven's Sword and activating the martial sacred seal. What's the use of thinking about it? Who knows where these 2 sabers and swords are now? Next to the window, a young man sighed and said, "I really want to obtain them." Across from him, a black-robed young man with a cold expression also sighed and said, "This is such a good opportunity to become a legend. This is such a good opportunity." Sigh. He kept on sighing and groaning. Suddenly, the restaurant was filled with sighs. However, I heard that the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber do not have any restrictions. The young man next to the restaurant said, "I heard that even if an ordinary person obtained them, they would still have a chance to become a martial saint. I heard that these 2 sabers and swords have the momentum to go to the province?" The other black-robed young man asked. Then, the 2 of them stopped talking. Everyone was deep in thought. Not long after, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "Shopkeeper Bill." Then, he hurriedly left the restaurant. Immediately after, more and more people left in a flash. More than half of the Jianghu people carrying sabers and swords in the restaurant had left. Next to the window, 2 young men smiled at each other. They could see from each other's eyes that they could not help but laugh. These 2 people were, of course, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing. As for the so-called the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber, they were naturally non-existent. They were simply swords and sabers created by Chu Yang. The 2 of them calmly finished their meal and walked out. It was not until they were far away from the town that they could not help but laugh out loud. Talents. They are really talents. Chu Yang shook his head with a face full of admiration. I really can't imagine how such an ordinary sword could become the Heaven's Sword. Such a big lie. These guys really dared to create swords. I also did not think that they would create such a big commotion. Gu Duxing's face was also full of wry smiles. He sighed with admiration. Like this, Diwu Qingro is really going to have a headache. Yes, ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber. Chu Yang said with extreme admiration. I really can't imagine how they came up with such an idea. There were even 2 martial Ru *s. This is really too awesome. A martial saint from 8,000 years ago. Gu Duxing sighed and said, even if someone is suspicious in the lower 3 heavens, where would they go to investigate? Investigate? Chu Yang laughed. Even if they find out the truth, would anyone believe it? If you don't know the root cause of this matter and someone tells you that this information is fake, would you believe it? Gu Duxing thought for a while and could not help but smile bitterly. If it was him, he would definitely not believe it. Even if he was skeptical, he would definitely rush to see if it was true. This idea is really good. Chu Yang smiled and said, I was originally worried about what would happen if Diwu Qingro took the swords just as they caused a commotion. But now, with such earth-shattering momentum, if Diwu Qingro really kept them for himself, I'm afraid that the people of Great Zhao would tear down the Prime Minister's mansion and Golden Horse Riders Department together. Gu Duxing also laughed joyfully. The 2 of them laughed in high spirits as they left on the boat. This journey was extremely lively. Almost the entire Jianghu was boiling. Every day, different rumors could be heard. In short, ask the Heaven's Sword and where did Underworld Saber appear? The entire Jianghu was in an uproar. Everyone was heading in one direction to gather at the prefecture. Along the way, there was an endless stream of Jianghu people. There were even constant rumors. A certain hidden sect entered Jianghu because of this matter and rushed to the prefecture. A certain old devil who had been in hiding for a long time also suddenly appeared and entered the prefecture. A certain sect, all entered the prefecture. A certain sect was rushing to the prefecture on this day. Someone publicly announced that he was the descendant of the Heaven's Sword Ji Wentian after 8,000 years. This sword was the sword of the Ji clan's ancestor. It must be brought back to the ancestral shrine to be worshipped. After a few days, the 330th generation great-grandson of Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huangquan also appeared in Jianghu. He said that he would take back his ancestral saber at all costs. Following that, more than 10 sword sects rushed out of Jianghu at the same time. They claimed to be the orthodoxy of the Heaven's Sword sect. More than 10 sects claimed at the same time that this was the sect passed down by Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huangquan. Because of a long time ago, the saber was lost and thus declined. Now, there is finally a chance for the sect to regain its glory. If anyone dares to stop the return of the saber, we will not hesitate to perish together. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.